Welcome to Sunday's competition here, 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Kevin Catfish Arcilla, former world champion. And Catfish, what a great tournament we've seen so far.
Yeah,
we had a crazy last game. If you guys didn't get a chance to check out the game last night, as the Knights punched their ticket to get to this game we're about to watch right now. So the first game coming at you here in the semifinals, it's the FAU Owls. They're going to be taking on University of Central Florida Knights, so a little Florida battle here. But what a game that was.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, one-on-ones, bro. Goes down to
one-on-ones. Yeah, it came down to one-on-ones. Went all the way through the overtime period, and it was Daughtry and Evans that stepped up, winning 2 one-on-ones to get the Knights to this position right here. It was a joy to watch that game. Lots of controversy, too, tons of penalties. And we've seen lots of penalties. There was one of the heroes, the guy that won the second one-on-one to win the game, Evans, man. Evans played really solid for him, too, Catfish.
Yeah, he definitely played real solid. I mean, he had a good game. I believe he was going down the Dorito side for a bit there.
He was kind of all over the place. It was such a wild game that, I mean, guys had to be able to reposition depending on what sort of craziness was happened out there. But Brandon Evans, as we just saw in there on the opposite side, getting back to looking at the Knights, we were just looking at, there's Vogel, one of the stars for the Owls, looking at the Knights getting ready to roll. But the Knights were getting production out of Whitney. Whitney had a great game. Also Evans, Zach Daughtry, another guy that won the first one-on-one. And Cyberling also had a pretty good event, and also in that last game. But just, again, the reason why these teams are here is because it's not just 1 or 2 guys. They're getting cross-field production from everybody. We're about to get into this first point. Here we go. On your right, it's going to be the Knights. On your left, going to be the Owls, and it looks like Vogel's going to be getting pulled out right away. Thought we might have thought we were going to see a penalty early here.
Man, it looks like one of the Knights has dropped 2. Looks like we have Robson filling in Vogel's position behind the snake, looking to get into snake 1 here.
Yeah, and Robson has also been having a pretty good event as well. So here we go. Looks like past the 50-yard line up in that center. I think that is Zach Daughtry with the move up the center, but I think he just got shot in his pack, so he's going to get tapped out.
Looks like Robson picked him up coming across that little gap right there.
Evans gets into snake 1, backed up by Whitney.
A little gun battle here, a little gun play.
So I think the early advantage here goes to the Owls by a body.
Yeah.
As they have 4 bodies alive versus the 3 right now for the Knights. And so 1 player, Cat, left alive on that D side of the field.
Yeah. Check out Robson on that position. He has nowhere to go. He has no room. He just, looks like.
Well, I think he might have got pinched out of there. The referees are checking him out. Evans is making moves. Again, the hero from yesterday. He's making moves over here now into snake 2.
He's still in there. He's in the most awkward position.
Yeah,
trying to make himself smaller as much as he can.
Robson's having a hard time in that stand-up. You can just see there on your screen. I mean, he's having to suck up into that bunker real tight just to stay alive. We'll see if Evans can do anything with this position here in the snake, but Evans gets his eye dotted out of that snake 2, and that's a bad death for Evans here, as now just 2 players left alive for the Knights in this first game. And there's 10 minutes in each half.
4-on-2 right now. The Knights have a nice spread. At least they can kind of watch each other. We see Robson here making a move into the snake here. So
Robson was able to survive in that bunker while he was getting pinched out, but the guy in front of him died as Evans took the walk. So now Robson, only person in the snake right now for either team. But, oh, look at this, though. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
Ansbrough for FAU played outstanding yesterday for them, but dying out of his spot.
So what, we got a 3-on-2 here? Robson in the snake. We got another back player for FAU in the back over there behind the Doritos. I can't quite see the 3rd player. Looks like a.
Well, there's definitely 2 for the Knights. Yeah. As I think it's Whitney. Couldn't see who that is over there on
they just shot out the guy on the Dorito side.
Yeah, so this should do it here. Bodies, only 1 body left alive for the Knights.
Oh, dotted Whitney.
Yeah, nothing that Whitney could do in that position.
Now with 2-on-1, looks like FAU will be on the board first here. As we got, I believe that's Ryan there, taking the flag all slow, checking himself out. Making sure it's going to be a clean hang here.
Ryan had some points yesterday, too.
Yeah, he did.
But again, that's the reason why these teams are here. The reason why these better teams is because they have deeper rosters of talent. And number 88, Ryan, was he's one of those 2s, those second attackers. Those versatile insert guys are just kind of all over the place. So let's check in with the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, I'm here with Nick Girardi. Now, coming into this match, you guys are fighting for the finals. You won last year at Nationals. Is there any added pressure to be the Florida team to represent Florida going into the finals due to that first place win last year?
There definitely is a lot of pressure to get into the finals to represent Florida, but this is a big rivalry between UCF. We played them last year in I think the semifinals, and we went through and won. So overall it's a friendly match still. We have a lot of respect for UCF and their players.
All right, we'll see if FAU can get into the finals for the second time in a row. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and UCF has been good some years, FAU other years, but yeah, the defending champs. But those Central Florida teams, there's just a lot of good paintball down here. Let's get a chance to look here at the replay. There's Evans in the snake for the Knights, and he's going to head check here towards that center and get caught peeking up over the top of that bunker. You can see him shaking his head in frustration, knowing and should not be getting shot in that position.
No, not at all, man. He needs to stay alive to be that thorn to turn some guns, especially when they're up on bodies.
Yeah. Well, they were down a body there. I think that.
Oh
point.
no, you're right. They were down a body.
But still, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's when you get into that crucial snake spot. Yes, you want to be productive out of there, but if a couple guns are you got to be a little careful.
Yeah.
And also, you could see as soon as he poked up. I mean, you want to kind of poke up, head check. That's why it's called a head check. You're just checking quick and then getting back in your bunker. But he pokes his head up and just kept it up for a little bit. And there, on the opposite side of the field, FAU Owls able to win that point. And even though Ansbra, we started calling him Mr. Consistent because he was just playing so soundly, such a solid fundamental paintball, not making mistakes, not making any crazy moves, but just backing up Gerard over there on the tag team of Gerard and Ansbra was just paying tons of dividends for FAU.
Oh yeah, definitely making it happen over there.
Yeah, on that D side, so that's definitely the crew that they're going to be running here as much as they can. So here on the breakout, taking ground is Gerard on the D side of the field. Conservative breakout in the center. Looks like Ryan gets shot for FAU. Now we're looking at the Knights backfield. Look at that. Back in the open area. And then getting out is Daughtry, and he makes it in clean. But here's our first major of the day. It's going to be on the Knights on that D side of the field. And see who that was trying to get out wide. I don't think that was Whitney.
No.
So yeah, Whitney got shot in that center. So now it's going to be up to Daughtry here in the snake. Snake 1 looking cross field. And he's got a guy in front of him. He might want to head check there. He's going to have to definitely put paint cross field, but no one's watching in front of him right now.
No, we got Robson signing the Snake 1, matching Daughtry there.
Yeah, see, Daughtry's trying to get a shot on the guy, so he's the referee getting there and checking him out, but Evans dies too,
yeah.
So this should be a quick point, another quick point here for FAU.
4-on-1, and here in the Snake, yeah, it's not pretty.
So there's a minor on your screen, but I saw a red flag go up. So we'll see if that was a minor or a major here. Daughtry is wheeling and dealing, and they get down. So I think it was a minor. So just a minor penalty assessed, and that was LeMontagne over there. And then, oh, look at this though. Ansbra kind of getting a rough start here,
Yeah,
Catfish.
he is. He's getting a little bit roughed up here.
Not that, but because everyone else is playing so well, they're picking him up. So that's 2 early deaths there for Ansbra. He's going to have to tighten things up here. But still, 2 points for the Owls. Knights getting a little bit of a slow start, and it looks like. So we see 1:13 on that penalty, but we saw one of their players come out of the box. Did they get 2 penalties?
I
saw a red flag.
Yeah, no, there was a red flag. I didn't see a yellow flag. I definitely saw that red flag go up and saw a player run in there, but I didn't know there was a second one in there. Well, crazier things have happened so far with the flags.
Again, if you didn't get a chance to see that last game yesterday, oh my Lord, it was UConn versus Central Florida, and that was the most entertaining paintball game that I've seen this year.
Yeah.
No joke. All the NXL, first NXL event, and all the Millennium Series, that was the most entertaining game I watched in 2016. So you can see here, it's the penalty. So let's see where it comes. The referee's in there already calling him out. So he must have got shot as he started to make his move. And if you're hit and you're pushing forward, call yourself out, you're going to draw that penalty.
Yeah, that was a red flag. I mean, I don't know if they had a minor thrown on them as well.
I think that was Evans that got that. Was that Evans that got that penalty?
It might have been.
So it looks like we got a little bit of a timeout here, as it looks like UCF's having problems with their air system down in the pit. So there's Dempsey getting ready to roll. So let's check in here with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks, Maddie. It was the UCF player that was in the home bunker during that last point who got the major. He was shot in the leg and playing on, so they'll be starting a body down.
Oh, a leg shot. Those are tough ones to get penalties on. But those are ones you should feel. It's tough, though.
Well, I mean, you could also slide and smash a paintball into your knee because there's millions of them on the floor right now in front of the bunkers that you're trying to slide in. But, I mean, the likelihood of that not rubbing off as a slide, that's, you know, very unlikely.
Yeah, so, you know, the penalty bug here has caught the Knights. But, you know, yesterday the Owls, they got penalized, but not as crazy as some of the other teams, Catfish.
Yeah, no.
You know, they had 2 penalties in each one of their games. That's not crazy. 2 penalties, I mean, I'd take that. If I'm a coach and that's all we got, 2 penalties per game, with the way the penalties have been thrown this weekend, I'm okay with that.
That means your squad's doing good and they're listening and not, you know, trying to push the envelope as much as some of the other teams.
Well, you Rodson kind of lost a gasket in that first match they had. Remember, you had spoken to him, say, hey, look, guys, the refs are tight out there this event. That's, you know, it's just the way it is. It's like having an umpire with a tight strike zone. You got to know the strike zone. So just, hey, you got to know how the referees are reffing out there. They're calling everything in the book right now, so just play tight, play clean. Definitely. And if you get hit, you know, don't talk after you're dead. Don't give the referee a piece of your mind. And he didn't listen to you.
The best part is right before his match is when I was like, hey, man, watch out. The refs are just looking for a reason to throw the flag, you know. Be careful, just walk off the field. And he was like, yeah, I got this, we got this. Boom, happens. And then when he came off, he looked at me and I was like, yo, it's electric time, come here. Let me talk to you for a second. What did I tell you? And he was trying to explain stuff. I was like, no, what did I tell you? He's like, yeah, you're right. Don't argue with them, man. They're looking for an excuse.
Yeah, so
I didn't say anything, man.
Yeah.
Well,
he definitely said something. we could see. The camera sees it. So let's check in again with Lauren.
UCF just got another fresh minor penalty there for number 7 entering the field without a barrel sock. So now they will be starting 2 bodies down for this next point.
Oh, well, you know, again,
check their socks and shoes.
Look, UCF, that's stuff they can't be making mistakes on. Yeah, we could talk about that penalty all we want and say, oh, you know, they're going to throw a penalty. Yeah, they've been throwing that penalty all weekend long. You should know by now.
Yeah.
We're in the semifinals. You're down by 2.
Yeah, you're at the dance. Come on.
Yeah, come on. This is it right here. You're trying to defeat the defending champs to move on to the finals to play the winner of Liberty and Texas A&M. Texas A&M a big favorite in that game. You know, Liberty no slouches themselves, but with the roster that Texas A&M brought, I mean, they have 2 players from the AC Dallas camp, and they also have Cam McCarty on their squad as well. And Cam McCarty used to play pro with Houston VCK. So, you know, lucky for Texas A&M that some dominant, high-level paintball players are you know, going to their school full time, so they're able to make a run here for this national championship.
And it's all the experience that they're soaking up right now, you know, from those guys being the veterans on that squad. But I mean, don't get it twisted. Just because you got 3 players, I mean, not those 3 players are winning every single point. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The other players on the team are contributing and they're winning points as well. You know,
which is why they've only lost 3 points.
Exactly, and it's funny because a lot of these teams are like, oh, we're playing this pro team, and it's like, no, dude, you're playing one guy. If you guys are afraid of one guy, then I don't know what you're doing out here playing paintball, man.
Yeah. So it looks like the clock going here. About 20 seconds to go before the start of this next point. Knights, even with this penalty, they need to whip those. It looks like see if they have 2 penalties. I think they do. They got the fresh minor, and they had the major from before. So it was a major. Yeah, they're going to be starting with 3. So best case scenario for them, hopefully get a kill and keep it close on the body count. Keep your 3 bodies alive, and then just get that time off the clock. Get your guys back and keep it close. Don't let the Owls run up a bunch of points here. So starting with a huge deficit.
Oh, Ansberg.
And that's just what, so Ansberg's having a tough time here. That's 3 early deaths, 3 points in a row, and they lose Vogel. So this is best case scenario right now for the Knights. Oh, they lose a body too.
Robson feeling out where Vogel got shot out of, and he's trying to keep them out of the snake here.
Yeah, Ryan in good position up in the center, and you'll see now there's only 2 bodies. Looks like Daughtry picked him up, but they've got, another body. I think Daughtry got a kill on the player coming up on the D side, so Daughtry's going to go in the snake, so this is good. They're going to get that body back here pretty quick from that minor.
Just going to flip the script on the Owls right now. Look at that, there's 2 Owl players, one in snake, and then the other one at the wall.
I think it's, so right now for the Knights, it's, Daughtry doing a lot of work. There is another player left alive, and I can't see who that is. I think it might be Dempsey.
At the snake?
Yeah, or at the on the D side. And then they get,
coming out.
They get Cyberling out, but Cyberling gets, smoked as soon as he takes 1 step out. And they're going to get that major out too here in a couple seconds.
Oh, man.
That was a big kill for FAU there, right there.
Here it comes. Oh, looks like he made it in. Yes, he did.
Be careful. No, he's out. So Daughtry moves up though as they try to shoot the bodies.
Yeah.
Oh, he almost gets a shot on Ryan. Ryan goes right to the 50-yard line.
Oh my God! They just flipped the script on the Knights here.
Daughtry eats a 1-on-1. Daughtry brought it to a one-on-one. Daughtry has 3 confirmed kills here, and now it's a one-on-one, and he won a one-on-one already last night. And it looks like Daughtry, Catfish pulling off 3 confirmed kills for Daughtry. He might have got the 4th out there too. And what a huge turn of events for the Knights. They're down by 2. They only started this point with 3 guys, but Zach Daughtry heads over to the Snake and it just locked into some gunfights. Got at least 3.
Oh yeah, at least 3 is being checked out here. Make sure that that's a clean point.
What an awesome point by Zach Daughtry.
So like we're good.
Zach Daughtry, you know, and again, also a crazy story with Zach Daughtry. Last year after Nationals, he almost, he was at work and almost cut his big toe off. He got ran over. Yeah, got ran over in an accident. He worked in a machine fabrication factory, and he showed me pictures of it. Man, it was gruesome. And the doctor told him when he first went in, he's like, "There's a good chance we're gonna have to amputate your big toe." So you know, the fact that he almost had his big toe amputated less than a year ago, now out here just still stunting on people.
The hero from yesterday, man, being one of the heroes, him and Evans.
Yep, him and Evans definitely in those one-on-ones. So right now it's a game. 2-1 is the score. But did the Knights get another penalty? Was there a penalty on the last player on the D side of the field?
It looks like it on the screen, my friend.
Good
looks
Lord.
Like it.
I mean, you think they would have learned from yesterday, right?
Yeah, you know, you would think, but unfortunately, I don't think they did, because that's a second major on them today, isn't it? Let's see. We got some of the owls coming out right now.
Yeah, so you know, the Knights with 6 penalties yesterday. You think they would have got the memo, but apparently not. So that's Vogel. Who we got bounced? Did he get bounced? No,
that on his tank.
Yeah, on his. So
there's the penalty right there.
So coming out of the box, and that's how that body got pulled. Yeah, so they did get a major penalty, so it really was up to Daughtry. And then Daughtry repositioning here and gets that shot on Ryan. So what an awesome job by Zach Daughtry. I mean, he won 3 gunfights in a row to save that point for them. So here's the penalty count already. And we just got going. I mean, we're barely halfway through the first half. FAU playing clean, but it's a close game. But now the Knights forced to start with 4 again.
Oh man, another advantage goes to the FAU.
Yeah, that's 9 total penalties here for the Knights in not even 2 games. It's a game and about a game and a quarter. So they got to tighten it up here, man.
Yeah, it looks like Ansberg just having a rough one this morning, coming off first off his team right here.
Yeah, we might have to take away his Mr. Consistent nickname. Yeah. That's 4 early deaths for Ansbra. And it looks like Evans takes the walk as well, Kat.
Yeah, it looks like another player over here for FAU who's taking the long walk of shame. Looks like we got Vogel into the Snake 1, then Robson behind him. Oh, and shooting out the wall.
Yeah, Dempsey getting shot, trying to make a move up there in the center, and this looks like this point.
God, no one's gonna catch this guy. Vogel.
Did he get Vogel?
Yeah, Vogel caught one in the grill.
He did catch Vogel.
Yeah. Robson getting caught too. Wow, he just shot 3 players.
I think
he shot Vogel, Ryan, and Robson.
I think that might be Evans. So another power play victory, or a down body victory here, as FAU was on the power play, squandering another opportunity. And FAU, this is when you get back in the pitch and you're like, what are we doing out there? We just lost a 3-on-5, and now we lost a 5-on-4. What is going on here? But the Knights, Catfish, still 43 seconds left on that major.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a lot of time on that major. They can still get a couple key kills off the break and still put them to a decifit and body count.
Well, you know, yesterday, Andrew Goto, he was not here for their last match.
Oh, he wasn't?
And that was Goto that stepped up. And I talked to Daughtry about that, and he had to miss this game. I couldn't remember what the excuse was. But he wasn't here for that last game. And he said he's one of our best players as we're watching the replay here. But yeah, Goto able to get up there on the D side, and just like Daughtry, puts the team on his back to stay here in this game, even though they still have that penalty.
Dempsey trying to get across and getting smoked.
So it's all tied up here, 2 apiece.
Like we got Daughtry coming out here, taking that walk to the starting gates here.
Yeah, so we got 3:02 left here in this first half. It's all tied up. We're gonna be right back after this.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice, all the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Welcome back. UCF and FAU are tied right now for this first finals match, 2-2. Zach Daughtry is one of the leaders on this team, and he definitely is very frustrated about the silly penalties that they've been getting. Every time players come off the field, he's saying, mask on, barrel stock on, no swearing. He's trying to remind all of his teammates not to make any of those small mistakes, because if they play 5-on-5, he thinks they can easily get this win.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, look at this. They've been playing down bodies for the past 2 points, and it's tied. So, yeah, if they can play 5-on-5 and they lose a body here trying to get out on that D side from that center. So still a body in the box, doubling up in that back center, rolling their guns here. And you see the move for the Owls up in the center, shooting towards the snake. And here's the view from the back line on the D side for the Owls. FAU trying to get some momentum back here. After losing Catfish 2 bad high body situations that they for sure should have won.
Looks like we got Andrew making a move. It looks like we got a Knight coming up to the wall. Robson making it to the wall.
Oh, and Daughtry, nice move to take out that wall. So Zach Daughtry, the leader for Central Florida, able to get up in there and get a shot on the thorn in their side. And they get a body out of the box.
He makes it. He makes it across.
Yeah, Whitney trying to get out wide. Chose it. That's a hard spot to get to.
Oh, Robson getting grilled up.
Rodson pointing across the. Oh, he's yelling at his coach.
His coach, yeah.
So Rodson feel like he got some bad information, screaming at his coach as he comes off.
Some bad intel.
And here comes now the Knights getting into Snake 1.
You got Ryan trying to defend the Snake for FAU. I don't know if he knows that they got into Snake 1.
I don't think he does, Cap, because he was shooting towards the D side now.
Oh, he has no idea.
Oh, but I think, did Ryan get that shot? Somebody dying from their bunker on that, in the stand-up temple for the Knights. That's going to make Whitney's life a little bit harder in here because they're going to be able to focus more guns on him. And at least Ansbrough for FAU stayed alive here in this point after 4 bad points for Ansbrough. Might have to take his nickname away.
It looks like it's a 3-on-2 advantage to FAU Owls. Oh, so making his last. Oh, getting smoke going to the Doritos.
Yeah, Evans running to his death over there, leaving just Whitney in the snake, and he's going to get bunkered out of here pretty soon. As soon as they figure out where he is, Ryan's going to drop the hammer.
Yeah, Whitney's going to feel some pain here.
Yeah, Ryan's one of those guys that loves dropping the hammer on the last player. We saw him do that a bunch yesterday.
Oh, scalped him. Ryan will take that scalp.
So good solid point there by the Owls to utilize the power play that they were on, get into good positions, and there is Richard Ansbrough, who is going to be hanging that flag up here. Doesn't need to do it as the Knights concede the point. So just 44 seconds left to go here in this close match in the semifinals to see who will be heading to play the winner of Liberty and Texas A&M to win this championship here. So
Ryan had definitely had a good game there, making some moves, trying to keep them out of the snake. But Whitney definitely weaseled his way in there. Couldn't get that.
Well, it was good for, if you're an FAU fan, to see Ansbrough play consistently in that point, because him and Gerard over there on the D side, they were huge for FAU to get him to this spot. I mean, yeah, they have Vogel over here, they have Ryan, but the consistency on that D side really allowed the guys in the snake in the center to see the run all the way up in the center, and then Daughtry's going to come through and get him eventually on his tippy toes, playing out of it. And there's Rodson.
Oh,
man,
just wearing in the grill. Why didn't you tell me he was there?
Yeah. As soon as he got shot, turns right around.
And takes Whitney's scalp right here.
Well, Whitney was just, I mean, he was the last guy left alive, looking at 3 bodies. So with under a minute to go before the start of this next point and only 44 seconds, Catfish probably going to see a pretty aggressive game plan here. Or do you think the guys are just going to get out to their spots and try to whittle that time down and go into halftime?
I think they're going to try and get a point. I mean, why not? I mean,
well, if you're the Knights,
44 seconds left.
When they finally, again, you know, they're so plagued with penalties.
This is true.
The Knights really struggling here, playing not only against the Owls, but also against themselves with these little mistakes they've been making. So send out Cyberling, Dempsey, LeMontagne, Whitney, and looks like Daughtry is already out. But that's pretty much been, you know, they've had a couple guys going in and out. You know, we don't see Evans out there, but Cyberling's been very productive as well. So here we go on the breakout. So conservative breakout, no one really going out wide for the Knights. They sent 2 bodies, though, up in the center, so they're definitely trying to score a point here quick. They shoot a body on that D side. They still have 2 up in there. One of them gets smoked, trades out. So Cyberlink's still alive up there, and he goes past the 50-yard line. Just 25 seconds to go.
2 dropping. Looks like Robson dropping over here for Liverpool. Oh.
Yeah,
we
leaves
have
just
Vogel,
Ansbra.
too.
Ansbra is going to get a major penalty. So Ansbra getting shot in his loader, continues to shoot, gets a penalty. He was right in front of the referee, so mistake there by Ansbra. And that flag gets hung with 15 seconds left to go. One of the quicker points that we have seen in this tournament. And the Knights are a scrappy bunch.
Yeah. There's another point on the board.
Well, it's like I said, this is a scrappy team, man. Even though they've been getting penalties, they've been fighting through it. Individuals, you know, yes, paintball is a team sport, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to which individuals are going to come out and actually produce. And across the board right now for the Knights, you know, they got Daughtry out there. He's had some, you know, he saved one of their points.
Yeah, definitely saved one of their points.
Evans. And just, you know, again, they're getting a lot of production from their, not just their starting 5, but even some of the other guys have been getting in there too, which bodes well for the future here in this second half if they can stay out of that box.
Yeah, that riding, you know, you ride the lightning, eventually you're going to get zapped.
Yeah, so, but couldn't be closer. All tied up at 3 here, heading into the second half. I don't know. I just feel like I feel like FAU just looks a little flatter than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they played what? They played twice yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to knock them too hard. I mean, Ryan, the body language, you can always tell by the body language, but they're just not getting the production on the D side of the field out of Ansbra and Gerard that they were yesterday. And they're still getting production out of their snake side, which is why they have points on the board, but just really haven't seen Gerard and Ansbra, particularly Ansbra. You know, we were calling him Mr. Consistent yesterday because he played almost a flawless day of paintball yesterday, but today just really struggling and getting that major penalty. So you could see coming around and stitching up in that center.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to also remember this. I mean, these guys are both from the same area, so they've got to practice each other once in a while, you know, and they got to know how each other plays. So, I mean, it's just going to be a back-and-forth battle right here.
Yeah, lots of respect between these two squads. So let's check out this replay here. So on the breakout, you see that's Robson running all the way up in the center. And he's going to come around. You see the 2 bodies coming for the Knights. And he puts a guy in. He's going to wrap around as soon as he's able to put that guy in. And sees a body right in front of him. And let's see. Gets a shot on him. That's a pretty clean bang-bang play. You can see him kind of looking at the referee, hoping to get a penalty. And there is Zach Daughtry, the leader for his squad, pumping up Cyberling. And their coach coming out to talk to him. So it looks like a timeout has been called. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
To play well at a tournament, you have to make a lot of good decisions. Though making the right decisions doesn't start the day of the tournament. It starts every single time you step on the practice field and practice until you can't practice anymore. And only when you feel like you've given your preparation everything you've got, you can trust yourself to make the right decisions on the field. And then you get the chance to win. And that's why we choose GI Sports.
Get back to the action here in just about 33 seconds. You see that fresh major on the Owls coming from Ansbra on that back. And that's a tough one in the sense that he did get shot on the front of his loader, but it was right in front of a referee. The hit was massive, and he kept blazing his gun. That is going to be a textbook penalty right there.
Oh, definitely. You can see Vogel here, and you see Ansberg over there. They're having, like you said, a rough start today.
And it's close, but it's close because the Knights got so many penalties. Now we're going to see how FAU can fight through a penalty here in just about 4 seconds. And only 15 seconds left here in this first half, so we very well could see this point just get burned off. And, I mean, it looks like the Knights are trying for it. A really conservative breakout for the Owls, but the Knights running 2 bodies up into the center. They both get shot, and here comes Daughtry. Daughtry doesn't even have a pack on, and he shouldn't because there's not a lot of time left in this first half. So, hey, man, the Knights, definitely, like I said, a very scrappy team, not content to just sit back and burn off 15 seconds trying to utilize that power play, try to score a quick point, but 15 seconds is really on the edge of possibility as far as time is concerned, as far as how much time you can score a point in. We have seen 20-second points out there, but still, they died going forward. Love to see that. So they're going to be pretty pumped here heading into this first half, as close as this is with all the penalties that they got. And it looks like Lauren is with Zach Daughtry right now down in the pit.
Thanks. I am here with Zach Daughtry. Zach, you guys are tied 3-3 moving into this second half. You are a leader for this team, and I hear you telling your teammates not to make those stupid mistakes that have been costing you those penalties. How frustrating has it been for you this weekend? You have had so many close matches, maybe because of those penalties.
Absolutely. It's incredibly frustrating. I mean, we've got great guys that can play great paintball. The skills are there. We have the game plays. FAU is a great team, don't get me wrong, but I think we can really compete with them, and the score shows. But those stupid penalties, I mean, like pulling your barrel cover off, or not having your barrel cover on before you come off, we know better than that. And it's just something we got to fix. I thought we'd learn from yesterday, and apparently not. But hopefully we turn around the second half and bring it back.
Well, even though they got those penalties, they came back. When you guys were down bodies, you still managed to battle it out and win those points. So we'll see if they can take the lead here in the second half.
So stick with us here. More action coming at you from the semifinals of the 2016 NCPA Championships. We'll be right back.
This is a supernova. The death of a star.
Of the movement of Mercury around the sun. That's the innermost planet.
They have their weapons. We have ours. Nothing can stop us.
Tonight.
They're amazing, aren't they? They inherit the traits of the minerals around them. Kind of like a son inheriting the traits of his father.
There's 36 pillars of solid crystal, which are soft minerals made of hydrate calcium sulfate on the planet.
The time of the shogun is over. All hail the mighty emperor.
Pulsars are what's left over after a massive star collapses at the end of its lifetime.
Daddy, let me know where he's going. What he's doing.
Getting to this second half action here. First semifinal matchup between the FAU Owls and the UCF Knights here at the 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. You can see there on your screen, these teams have switched sides. There was the FAU Owls in their Sunday Reds, and the UCF Knights rocking the same jerseys they've been wearing all tournament long. And on your screen, getting ready to roll with their starting five. Getting into this second half, it's all tied up at 3. The Owls, though, going to be starting with Richard Ansbrough in the penalty box. He's having a bad game for them. So right now,
yeah, it looks like we got Vogel coming in behind the snake for his team, trying to get in there. Oh, looks like Ryan getting shot out for the Owls. And we got this is just terrible moves being made
there
right
goes
now.
Robson. So this is a really good point, it looks like right now for the Knights, and they are storming up here. Whitney in really good position. Was that Daughtry in good field position here and on your screen past the 50-yard line. He's going to wrap around, and they're putting the hurting on the last player left alive for FAU. And also really could be pushing up on that D side. They don't need to do it though, because there's the last player. Yeah, so one player left alive. He was in the stand-up in the blue section of the field. So pretty perfect point right now for the Knights. They didn't lose one body. That's how you execute a power play right there.
Definitely.
Starting 5-on-4. They survived the break. When you're 5-on-4, you really got to try to get out alive. I mean, you're always trying to get out alive, but that's the only way you can really work that power play. And they just did flawless shooting those lanes. Perfect point right there from the Knights. Score now 4-3. And let's check in with Lauren.
Thanks, Maddie. Number 42 on FAU, Vogel, has been playing for FAU for 6 years as he's been in college. This is his last chance to get another win before he's done with the team. So he is really hoping that they can pull the lead back here and take it for his last year on FAU.
Yeah, he's the super duper senior.
Yeah, he's working on that 7-year term.
Is he a doctor?
No, he's. I talked to him. He's in some sort of engineer. And he just got his master's and on all the shenanigans, and he's pretty happy about that.
Yeah, we have seen Vogel out here as a huge contributor for FAU as they've been successful. So he can't really say, hey, we've never won a title while I was on the team. I mean, this is a very successful team here in collegiate paintball, fighting for the right to get to the final. But, you know, they don't look as good as they did yesterday. And the Knights, you know, they had a really hard battle. The fight that we saw yesterday afternoon against yesterday evening, pretty much as we saw against UConn.
Yeah,
that was the best paintball game I have seen all year long.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he won a title already, and he has his Masters. I think he's winning right now.
Yeah, so we'll see if Vogel and the rest of the crew from FAU here can tighten it up. They need to get Ansbra out of that box, and they need him to play like he did yesterday. Ansbra played pretty much flawless paintball yesterday. I only saw him die early, I think, once in the games that we watched them play. And he was just so consistent over there, always rolling his gun, always in the perfect position. And the guy in front of him, Gerard, was also getting tons of kills. We really haven't seen them play that well on that D side of the field. I mean, yes, this game is still close, but it's close because, you know, the Knights got tons of penalties early. FAU just went flat. When they should have hit the gas, they hit the brakes, and now they're having to work through their own penalty.
Yeah. Oh, man, looks like it. FAU is losing players at will. Bull coming up walking as well, another one.
Yeah, and the Knights are just taking full advantage of this power play, shooting bodies off the break. They're going to try to close this one out quick, though.
They haven't lost a body yet. They're, what, 5 strong right now, I believe?
Yeah, referee checking out Whitney right behind Daughtry. He's clean.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cat, still 5 players alive.
Daughtry looking to make a move into the snake here. Looks like he's being listening to his coach. Looks like we got one of the Knights coming up to the wall.
Yeah, Cyberling with the big move all the way from the back center up to the center 50 wall. They're only looking at 2 bodies right now, and FAU is going to get get Ansbra out of that penalty box here in just a few moments. So we'll see.
Will he make it out though? It doesn't look like he's going to make it out.
Oh yeah, they are peppering, and he didn't even get a half a step out of there before he got murdered.
Yeah. Looks like there's a judge coming around. Oh, he came all the way from the other side of the field.
Getting a look at
Dykes
in the corner. Dykes trying to get as small as he could back there, and yeah, the referee ran all the way from the back corner. Cyberling runs to take out the last player. He gets taken out, not going to matter. Still 4 bodies alive for the Knights. The point conceded by the Owls, and a 2-point lead for the UCF Knights right now, and they are looking good.
They're looking really good right now, taking full advantage of those penalties. The time that they had left on that major, I mean, getting 2 quick points up on there.
Well, it was one.
Well, not quick, but I mean, they took full advantage of that penalty.
Well, they did, and the issue at stake here is that we were going to see if the Knights were going to break and break early. When they got all those penalties, I was wondering, okay, well, what's this going to do to their mental fortitude? Or this is when they roll over and let the Owls just spin off a bunch of points? But no, they didn't do that. They won those points when they were down by. They won a 3-on-5. They won a 4-on-5. And then they kept it close. They got through that penalty issue they had. Haven't really had much of a penalty issue at all since then. FAU gets a penalty, and that's how you execute power plays right there.
Yeah, definitely.
The Knights are just, they got, it's like Daughtry said when he had the interview with Lauren. Let's stop these little mistakes we're making. We have good game plans. We know we have some good players. We can match up with this team, and this is, that Central Florida rivalry here, which we've seen. This team played each other last year in the semifinals to get to the final game. FAU prevailed then. So yeah, I mean, the Knights look really good, but this game is not over. We still have just under 8 minutes to go. A lot more paintball to be played here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're riding that high right now from that victory yesterday. That was a battle yesterday. So I mean, you know,
what do we always say about that? We always say if the team that gets in the fight is probably going to prevail on Sunday, potentially because they were tested.
Yeah.
And if you can make it through it, it's huge for your confidence levels.
Yeah, definitely. You got to be tested on the rounds before, you know, that way you're not making any mistakes. You know, if you play a team that's a little bit slacked off, you know, you tend to just make mistakes.
Yeah, and you can see there Dykes in this replay in the little cake in the back bunker. I mean, it's a really hard spot to play. We haven't seen really anybody play well out of those little bunkers of death. And there, Dykes had to get to the, I mean, he got stuck in there because everyone else died around him, so he's just not able to make it out of there. So you look at this run here, UCF on a 3-point run. And now back in full strength, the Owls going all the way to the snake off the break. And they sent Dykes in there, so kind of switching up the crew on this side. And then now Rodson gets right behind him. Cyberling up in the center. Or no, I think that's Dempsey. Dempsey up in the center for the Knights.
Daughtry coming up to the snake tower. So we got the wall player coming around on D side.
Yeah, we're looking over the corner on the D side. That is Dempsey up in the center for the Knights. And there's Dykes and Snake 1 trying to keep Dempsey from coming around here on that Snake side.
We got everyone that's still 5 strong both sides. Oh, I think Robson just took one to the back of the grill, back of the dome.
Well, he hasn't shot his gun yet, so if he's hit, it's not going to be a penalty. And he comes off a little bit of cramp. Uh-oh, I hope Robson's okay. Yeah, Robson limping off here.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah,
He's
that's
one of their starters here.
Yeah, that's not going to help their comeback chances if Robson is hurt. Yeah, Robson is still gimping off the field right now. He's trying to walk off whatever's wrong with him.
Looks like we got Daughtry into the snake. Oh, we got two Knights coming off from the Dorito side. Looks like the Dorito side just got blown, but they have the wall to keep the safety valve.
That was either Ryan. I'm not sure if that was Ansbra or Ryan, and Ryan comes to try to get out wide and get into the stand-up. You think he might have caught one. No, he gets out clean. It's a nice displacement for Ryan over there on the D side. Again, Ryan is all over the place for the Owls. He's played tons of different spots. Dykes is doing a good job in the snake here.
You got Dempsey on the wall for the Knights trying to make something happen, trying to catch someone slipping here on the D side.
We'll talk about slipping though, Catfish. Man, you know, to the Knights, just throwing those 2 bodies away that they had and squandering a high body situation, which is what's, you know, winning those high percentage plays is what the Knights have been doing well here in the second half of this match.
Yeah.
And right now it's a much closer point here because it's 3-on-3, just better field position for the Knights.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Still got not an even spread, but like we got Dempsey up at the wall, trying to keep the Owls at bay on the Dorito side. We got Ansberg still alive in the back, and we got Daughtry. Ooh, sliding in the snake 1.
Daughtry had he barely avoided getting shot by Dykes.
We got Dykes head checking the center.
So close point right now, Catfish.
Yeah.
Whoever gets the next kill is most likely going to win this point.
Oh man, Dempsey looks snake side, and that's when the Dorito player for the Owls makes his move and eliminates him as he comes back to D side.
Yeah, so
not prepared for that move.
That's the move right there so far here in this point. And I think that was Gerard.
Oh, as he eliminates the back player, and now it's just Daughtry with his head in the dirt right now, and the snake left alive for the Knights.
So what we were talking about, Kat, Gerard getting going on the D side, right?
Yeah.
As soon as he gets going on the D side and gets a couple kills, what happens? And also the bodies came off on that D side before, so it was really Gerard and Ansbra in that center, and also Ryan. So couldn't see where the kills came from Ryan or if they came from Gerard over there on that D side of the field, but that is what the Owls needed. Keep this one close. They're still down by 1. As long as the hang is clean, which it is. So with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go, we got ourselves a 1-point ball game here. This game brought to you by Empire Paintball and Kissimmee Sports. So it's good to see, if you're an FAU fan, to get Ansbra playing playing that consistent paintball that we saw him displaying all day yesterday and on Friday.
Yeah, there you see him on the screen there, coming off the field, getting ready to be reloaded. Looks like they're starting to fight back here, huh, Matt?
They are fighting back, keeping this one close.
Hey guys, as you saw, Robson was limping off the field after or during that point. He's walking around now. He popped his knee out of the socket. He immediately fell to the ground and was massaging it in a lot of pain, obviously. But he got up, it popped back into its spot, and he immediately started laughing. So he will probably be going back on the field to play. Actually, he's walking on the field right now.
Hey, man, that's a tough kid.
Warrior right there, son.
Yeah,
Warrior.
well, he's hyped, man.
Yeah.
You know, you can tell by the intensity that he's displayed on field the entire tournament how much that guy wants to win this tournament.
This is true.
And you can see there, that was the closing seconds on that replay when the FAU scored the point. So, you know, both teams have 5. Both teams have 5 bodies right now. And there's Robson coming on the field. And looks like he looks pretty good. He's not limping at all right now.
I don't see him going too far now because he was coming in the snake, you know. I don't see him after what just happened running that far, but I mean, who knows?
I don't know though, man. I mean, he looks like he's pretty good. He's, you know, doesn't look like he even has quite not even a little baby hitch in his step. I mean, he looks pretty solid right now. And now we're looking at the Knights and their squad. So there's Cyberling number 1 and Whitney. Looks like UCF going to call a timeout. That's going to give these teams a couple more moments here, and this is a good time to call a timeout. You know, only a little less than 5 minutes to go here. So, get those last-minute talks, talk up the game plan here, get things dialed in. Not a lot of time left here in the second half of this semifinal matchup. We're going to be right back. We are back, a beautiful morning here, Sunday's competition in Kissimmee, Florida for this tournament. And we definitely had a lot of wind and some overcast skies and a bit of rain the first 2 days, but we are finally getting some of that classic Florida weather here, with the exception that there's no humidity, thank God.
Yeah, it's very, very nice right now. This is perfect paintball weather right now.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, beautiful skies out, and you know, just a little light breeze, just enough to cool you off when you're coming off the points. And again, you know, we've just fought through the humidity so many years in Florida, and so it's nice to actually come down here. And even though we had to get through 2 days of overcast and some wind, to have a Sunday competition with just pristine weather and not that humidity that saps the strength of these players, as we've seen year after year. Sometimes, man, these guys are puking out there and struggling through trying to play these points, but looks like today it's going to be a gorgeous, gorgeous one here. So right now, he's going to take this game, see if the Knights can preserve their lead. And the Knights are going to run Cyberling up to that center. And he stops there in the open off that bunker to try to shut down that snake side.
Trying to shoot Dykes.
Yeah, Rodson's in there. So now Cyberling comes off that lane. That's going to let Dykes and Robson have a chance to get in the snake. But Daughtry's over here. They have to gunfight Daughtry in. So Daughtry is now looking towards the D side. No one's really looking towards the snake right now. Robson could definitely make that move. Robson decides to shoot inside. And there's Ansbra on your screen for the Owls. And there's that lineup on the snake. You see the big wall bunker. The body drop?
Yeah, Robson shot the wall out, making that move to the small temple on their side.
Bad death for Cyberling right there, because that is going to allow Robson to get into the snake, and he's going to ask for a check. I think that lane might have got picked up from the D side, and he does get shot all the way coast to coast from that D side of the field. So nice work to contain the aggression of the Owls from the Knights over here on this snake side, and that is going to allow Daughtry to get up. Ooh, Daughtry almost catches one. Daughtry got to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah.
He went to sleep on Dykes in the corner.
Maybe Daughtry trying to listen to his coach here.
Yeah, Snake 2 is not that great of a spot. When you have somebody out wide on you, it's pretty tough.
Oh my God.
And yeah, it's another bad death for the Knights on that D side of the field, dying out of his spot. And another one too, so all of a sudden, right there with Kirkhook coming off, getting a spin over there on the D side, he comes off. And they lost another body over there. That leaves just Daughtry.
No one looking D side right now for the Knights.
It's just,
and he gets it to the side of the grill in his ear.
Yeah, so it was just Whitney and Daughtry over here, and now it's just Daughtry and Daughtry. And here comes Ryan. God, Ryan loves to do this.
Here it is.
And he's going to drop the hammer on Daughtry, bunker him out. And now we got ourselves a tie game. We expected, Kat, we expected this one to be close.
Yeah, back and forth, baby. Gonna be a bloodbath right here. I mean, the Knights over here coming off a high, but the Owls, no, they're defending champs, you know?
Well, yeah, the Owls finally woke up a little bit. I mean, they did play pretty good, but just not as good as we know that they can play, and that's why this game is the way it is, even though the Knights got a ton of penalties in the beginning of that match. Again, Knights a very scrappy paintball team, so FAU doing a good job of winning some gunfights in that last point, and the Knights, when you got a lead, man, you got to get in your spot and stay alive.
Oh, yeah, and this is all for bragging rights as well, man. You want to be able to call your homeboy on the team and be like, hey, man, remember the time you guys almost won and we beat you?
Well, particularly for the Knights, because the Owls, they prevailed last year, took out the Knights, went in, won the championship, and now the Knights, they want to do that exact same thing here to FAU here in 2016.
Yeah, definitely. I talked to one of the Knights yesterday, and they were like, why not us? They did it last year, now it's our turn.
So here we go. As we see, there was Dykes, who's been getting the spins over here and doing a good job of staying alive and playing smart. And there was poor Zach Daughtry. You can see Ryan comes in, perfect run. It was right down the highway. That's the inside part of the snake. We call that the highway. And takes out Daughtry, and Daughtry's going to get up and probably go in and give teammates a little piece of his mind, saying, hey, when we have the lead, will you please stay alive in your bunkers?
Yeah.
The two guys died out of their spots on that D side of the field.
That blew that whole side open.
Blew that whole side open, and then that put Whitney and Daughtry in a really bad spot over here, and they really couldn't do much at that point.
No, not at that point. Not when you have a guy shooting you in the ear hole.
So right now, here, we are just 20 seconds away before the start of this next one. Under 3 to go, and it's all tied up at 5. So we'll see if these teams can play clean in the closing moments. You know, the Knights, they got those 3 penalties early on in the match, but since then, they really tightened it up. So when Daughtry came in and said, hey, can we just play a little more focused paintball here and stop getting these dumb penalties? And they did. Yeah. And they're playing clean since then. But FAU, again, they've woken from their slumber, and that's why the game is tied here.
Vogel into the snake, off the break. It looks like he's clean. Look for him to get a crossfield shot. Looking down tape, and now looking, hopefully he gets to the Dorito side over here.
5 players alive for both teams.
There's Robson. Robson is clean, going backing Vogel up.
So better field position right now for FAU as they have a player in Snake 1. They got Vogel in there, and then they also have Robson right behind him. Yeah, so Dietrich Vogel in Snake 1. Looks like he might be cleaning his gun a little bit.
Yeah, he was jerking it around. He might have another hopper problem. He had a hopper problem last time, I think. I think it was Friday when you played?
Yeah, it happens sometimes when you dive in, maybe break a ball in your loader, take some time to clean it out, or take a core sample.
Or break your loader.
That's why you got to dive with that gun up.
Yeah, it looks like he's working on it right now, trying to MacGyver it together.
So a gun is down right now for FAU. Daughtry gets over here into the snake, backed up by Evans. Those are the 2 guys that won the one-on-ones to get the Knights to this position right now. Last night. Also, looks like GoTo is in a good field position on the red zone on that D side of the field. Again, one of their better players they did not have yesterday afternoon in that tough match in the quarterfinals.
Hopefully we can get Vogel back up and running here for the FAU here.
Yeah, Vogel is still just in mid-surgery with his gun.
Yeah.
There's Daughtry scanning the field, and there's Vogel.
That's
He's frustrated. He's focused, man. He's trying to get that thing to work. Got the hopper off.
Yeah.
And time ticking off, and we may see another overtime here. If you don't see a kill, I mean, there's five players alive on both teams and only a minute to go. If you don't see a kill come in the next 20 seconds, we will be going to an overtime.
You know, Vogel's saying, please work.
Oh, but Richard Ansbrough gets shot out of his spot, and here comes a big move from Whitney. Whitney goes up into that center, and here comes Daughtry. Daughtry trying to clone out. No one's looking at Daughtry. Daughtry gets one, and then he gets smoked down by Robson. We'll see if Evans can get the shot on Robson from here. Evans in good position right now, but outside of that, closing moments here, 40 seconds left to go. Knights on the attack, they're trying to make this happen. There's a move being made though on that D side of the field, and no one's picked them up for FAU. Whitney needs to at least check off on that D side. There he does, he checks off, and I think he's
learned his lesson last time.
Yeah, nice work by Whitney. It looks like GoTo got shot out of his spot. Can see if he got shot making a move or if he got shot out of his spot, but still GoTo walks off. Just 17 seconds, though, the Knights, and here comes Evans. Evans crawls up. Robson had repositioned for FAU, and here comes Robson now into Snake 1. Evans sees him make the move. Evans is going to post up. Wow, we're going to see an overtime point. Just 5 seconds left to go.
Robson getting murked right there, but this is an overtime point right here.
Yeah, and he tries to go. Whitney tries to go for it, gets torched, and so we are heading into an overtime period here. Woo! Another one. That's 2 games in a row.
I hope we get a one-on-one on this one. I
so
really
too.
hope we get a one-on-one.
It's so tough to get through 5 minutes of paintball, though, with no team scoring a point, and that's what's going to have to happen in order to see another overtime
you have
one-on-one
so
shootout.
many good players on both these teams that a one-on-one is just, and like you said yesterday, bring out your hero, man.
Yeah.
Bring out your hero.
I love it when it goes to one-on-one. So yeah, 5 minutes we're going to throw on the clock for this overtime period, and that was a close point. You know, both those teams playing real solid. Gotu died over on that D side. Couldn't see again if he died making a move or died out of his bunker, but he still died. But what a smart move by Whitney to reposition, get up in that center. That slowed things down for FAU. He even grabbed the flag too, so that would have made extra time for somebody to try to grab that. And you can see the summary of the penalties. 3 of those. Penalties 4, ties 3. I mean, it's just, again, very close game here.
Even Steven.
It's been just even the whole game pretty much. So this is what we were expecting. These 2 teams, this Florida rivalry, we were expecting this to be a close match, and you really can see the desire in these 2 squads to make it to the finals. FAU trying to repeat here, and UCF wanting to beat their interstate rivals here to make it to the finals, to play the winner of the next game, which is going to be Liberty and Texas A&M. Texas A&M, big favorite in that match. Texas A&M only losing 3 points this entire weekend so far.
Wow, that's impressive. 3 points.
Yeah, well, I mean, you come into Sunday and you've just been decimating everyone you play in the prelims and through the quarters. That it's one of those things where you want to not come out and play flat and think that, okay, well, we're going to beat this team no matter what. You really need to make sure you're focused. And I don't think that Texas A&M is going to do that, because they do have experienced tournament players on that team. There's 2 players on that squad coming from the AC Dallas group down in Texas, and such a great story for them in pro paintball as they came in last year and made a name for themselves. Let's check out this replay here before we get to this overtime point. And it was very unfortunate for FAU that as soon as Vogel slid into his spot, that entire point catfish, his gun was down.
Oh, yeah. He was trying to MacGyver it, trying to wrap it up with duct tape, get his surgical knife out, try and fix the wound, but to no avail, my friend.
Here we go into the overtime point. Is it going to be the Knights or the Owls? We're about to find out. And now there's that, which we get out of that replay. So, yeah, so it looks like a good break for both teams. I don't see any bodies walking off. 5-on-5.
We got Daughtry making his move to his usual stand-up behind us.
So there's the line for the Knights. There's the lineup for the Owls. Again, relatively conservative breakout. There goes Gotu making a move on that D side for the Knights. And he made it in clean into D2. So nice move by him. And that mirrors the move by Gerard for FAU. Gerard, a consistent killer for the Owls on that D side of the field all tournament long. And Gerard makes his move up into the red zone, and he makes it in clean.
Yeah, he does. Looks like FAU into the snake first. We got Dyke sliding in there, as well as Nami Daughtry.
Daughtry might have got caught. Daughtry might have got caught cross field. And
no,
he's
sir.
clean.
We're good. We got Dykes for FAU in the snake, and we also have Daughtry, as you see right there on the screen, in the snake. Robson coming to fill in and back up his FAU player in the snake.
We're down to 4 minutes. There's Dykes listening to his group, talk it up, trying to hear those codes and see where the players are. Gotu also made his move into the red zone, mirroring up the move from Gerard. So both the front players on the D side of the field in good field position, and also the same identical position for both Dykes and Daughtry here on the snake side.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Robson just got shot out of his spot by Gotu.
Oh,
Gotu
no.
leaned all the way out back off of that mini wall bunker and got the shot cross field on Robson. So what an awesome shot by Gotu.
Yeah. See now, it looks like the Owls are down a player. We got the Knights still content to take this in the shootouts, I hope.
Well, that was a huge kill by Andrew Gotu over there. We'll see if they can utilize this one body advantage that they have.
Yeah.
Still a lot of time left though, 3 minutes, and here comes the move. There goes Gotu up into D3. Gerard still back there, and he has Ansbra right behind him for FAU. You can see there Dykes trying to lean out, get a better angle on Gotu cross field. And there's the lineup in the snake right now for the Knights and crossfield. You can see there Gotu in the red zone, and here comes Daughtry. Daughtry almost gets shot again, but stays alive, living on the razor's edge over here in the snake is Daughtry. Oh, but Goto gets shot out of his spot. I think that was either Ryan or Dykes that was able to get that crossfield kill.
Might have been Ryan.
And that could slow things down, Catfish. We could see the shootouts. It's now 4-on-4.
Man, these guys, well, now with Daughtry here, he's just going to try and lock down that tape and not let Dykes come out.
I think Evans might have caught one, though. The referee is checking him out there in the left-hand portion of your screen. No, he's clean. So it is still 4-on-4. I don't really see anyone on that. Where are the bodies on the D side for the Knights, though?
I don't think they have a deep any player.
Evans loses a gunfight behind Daughtry, and that could do it here if they can't get Whitney over. They do. They get Whitney over clean. So now it's 4-on-3, advantage to FAU, and FAU looks like they want to make a move.
Yeah.
On the snake side, Dykes is up and out of his spot, and then you see here as Daughtry on the right-hand portion of your screen in the red zone, playing as tight as he possibly can. He does have Whitney right behind him, and here comes the move. Gerard makes his move, and Gerard gets shot.
Oh, buddy.
On the D side of the field, Gerard tries to come up, and he gets shot cross-field, and that evens it up 3-on-3 right now, Cat.
Oh, Hansberg making that move that Gerard couldn't pull off.
Only a minute and 30 seconds to go. Are we going to see another overtime shootout?
Ansbrough getting shot out.
So Ansbrough gets shot out. So now it's 2-on-3 in favor of the Knights. We'll see if Daughtry tries to make this move. You got to be careful not to get a penalty. He gets a shot on Dykes. He's going to get pulled out.
Yeah.
And are they going to put Dykes back in? They are going to put Dykes back in, and they're going to pull a major penalty on the Knights, and that could seal the deal here.
No.
There's only one player left alive and only a minute left to go.
Is it a one-on-one?
No, I think it's a two. It might be a one-on-one, actually.
It is a one-on-one?
It is a one-on-one. So
this will work. For me, this will work.
We get our first one-on-one here, and I bet Catfish, there's a really good chance
no,
we're going
Dykes
to go
just
to
got shot.
Oh, Dykes gets shot crossfield.
God.
So that is going to punch the ticket for the Knights.
Oh, my God.
No, the point is conceded. You can't concede the point in the overtime. I mean, it's overtime period. I don't think you can concede the point in the overtime. I'm pretty sure it's sudden death.
Is it? We're trying to figure this out right now. You can see
Cyberling is yelling at his guys. Hold on, relax. You see Daughtry is just, talk about a faceful. Yeah, Daughtry is literally spitting paint out. His face is completely covered from that face shot that he took on the run through. But and drawing that major penalty. So unfortunately for the Knights, they did get that major, but I'm pretty sure it's a sudden death overtime.
Yeah, I think that's game, right?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, the referees are talking it up right now. So, I'm pretty sure it's a sudden death overtime period.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking like the Knights are going to move to the finals here. We'll see. Over the years, it's been sudden death overtime.
Yeah, it's always been like that, right?
And then and if you can't get a winner, then it goes to the one-on-one shootouts. And we came down to that one-on-one. Who was alive? It wasn't Goto alive over there. I couldn't see who the last player left alive on the D side was for the Knights.
No,
Did you see who it was?
I don't think it was Goto. I think he got
Goto got shot earlier. Goto got a kill across field. Remember that awesome shot he came over? Yeah. Pulled way out of his spot and got that crossfield shot. But so we're looking at, here if you can see who this is. So there's Gerard. Yeah. That he gets the shot on Goto. So nice work as the consistent killer over there. And here comes a move from Daughtry. Daughtry gets murdered. Yeah, I mean that's a penalty. I mean, you can see there Daughtry gets blown up, and then gets that lot. Still continues to try to put that ball on him. Yeah, you're going to get a major for that. I mean, he got torched. He got at least 5 shots on him. At least 4 or 5. So I'm still waiting to see what's going on here.
Yeah, both teams are kind of trying to figure out what's going on as well. No one's really leaving the pits. It looks like we got one of the Knights players coming out. Is that Whitney?
That is Whitney. So Whitney's like, well, I don't know if we won or not, but I don't care. I'm just going to go out.
Yeah.
And the celebration. See, why are we taking so long to figure this out? It's
Whitney's like, wait, what's going on? Did we win?
Whitney's like, I don't care. I'm going out regardless.
One-on-one.
I'm not going to celebrate until we get the official word. So a big congratulations to the UCF Knights, who will be moving on to play in the final matchup between Liberty and Texas A&M.
Yeah, definitely. And both teams here congratulating each other after a hard fought.
Yeah, I was a little confused because, my definition of sudden death is, if you lose, one and done, that's it. So yeah, the final call is made, and what a close match though, Catfish.
That's two good close matches for UCF battling, baby.
I thought we were gonna get a one-on-one, the one-on series.
I wanted
of
the
one-on-ones.
one-on-one.
I wanted it too.
So
We
bad.
did get a one-on-one.
Could you imagine seeing?
But it only
like,
lasted for about 10
Daughtery
seconds.
and Vogel.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's check in with Lauren here in the winners of this semifinal matchup.
Thanks. I'm here with Garrett Lamontagne. Garrett, congratulations on that win. You guys will be moving to finals. You've been in this situation against FAU in the semifinals last year. So in that overtime, the clock was ticking down. What was running through your mind when you knew you had to win that?
Well, I've been thinking about this match all year. Last year we lost to FAU. I've been thinking about it. And I was in the Dorito Tower, just camping on the Dorito side. Their player ran over to D4. He didn't know I was there. I shot him. I looked over and I saw we got a major or a penalty or minor, I don't know, on Snake side. And I knew I had to make a play. I moved up D side and I shot 2. So.
I think it got down to a one-on-one there at the end. At any point were you like, let me hold this so we can just go to a shootout, or were you just focusing on trying to get that last kill?
When it went down to one-on-one, I knew I was completely confident. I hear the sidelines say S1. I didn't really trust the sidelines with all the counter coaching and everything, but I'm really confident in 1v1. So.
Well, congratulations. You will be moving on to the finals. We'll see who's moving on with them. Back to you, Maddie.
Thanks. So yeah, the hero of the day, Garrett Lamontagne, helping his team punch the ticket and head into the final matchup. So, but do not go anywhere. Next up, we have Liberty taking on the favored Texas A&M here in our second semifinal matchup in the 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. We'll be right back. Welcome back here. Second semifinal game, 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. It's going to be Liberty taking on Texas A&M. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Todd Martinez. So, you know, Todd, Texas A&M, big favorite in this match. Liberty, no slouches, of course. They made it this far. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, you know, Texas A&M has just been beating the brakes off of people all weekend out here. You know, they've been playing a really smart, solid, slow game, getting early kills, and then making smart moves after that. Liberty, they've been a long time coming, trying to get to the finals out here. They got a really solid squad. They've been playing solid paintball themselves, and they're very, very determined. So this should be a really good game. Texas A&M was in the finals last year, returning 4 guys from last year's team, trying to get another shot at the finals. Going to be taking on UCF if they can make it, winner of this game.
First body to drop, Liberty off this snake side of the field. They did send Dickerson, David Dickerson, who's been doing a real good job for them up that middle. Tall guy, can play that whole bunker. And so I like the aggressive game plan, but they lost the body here, dying out of his spot over on the snake side of the field after an initial good break.
Yeah, Campbell's been playing really well for Liberty. He gets shot, he comes walking off. He's been doing a lot of damage for them throughout this weekend as well. Come over here on the snake side, getting kills, being very productive for Liberty.
Yeah, we'll see if Dickerson to try to produce a kill there. He's on your screen. He's shooting towards the snake side of the field. A&M's just playing, you know, they're playing slow, methodical paintball, playing smart, gunfight-heavy paintball here on this layout. And I really like the swagger that they're bringing out here. You know, they're not making any mistakes, and or very few mistakes, which is why there's only been 3 points scored on them all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, just not giving up any free bodies. That happens when the communication is going on very well. They know where the bodies are. They don't run to their deaths, you know, and allow, you know, cheap kills for the other team. They communicate. They know where the bodies are, and then they win smart gun battles. Best way to play. Like right now, they got 2 guys over here on the snake side. Oh, but one of them gets clipped.
That's Hall.
Hall gets clipped. Looking on the inside, Dickerson came to the Dorito side cut and looked in on Dickerson, shot him right in the side of the goggles, right when he head checked.
So nice kill for Dickerson. So Dickerson now in the center. And you can see the remaining 4 players. Oh, but Dickerson gets shot out. That's going to put Texas A&M in another high body situation. It's 4-on-3 in favor of Texas A&M there. Now the bodies left alive on your screen for both teams. There's Texas A&M, 4 bodies left alive for them. They don't have much ground though, so look for them to start making moves, and there goes the move all the way past the mini wall into the 40-yard line, D3, and here comes a big move. Liberty, and he's going to get, I think that, is that going to be a penalty? No, but they're going to pull the other player out, and a major penalty on Texas A&M, so he felt that he was good to go. He didn't even wait for the call from the referee, and he just tucked in, feeling that he shot the player for Liberty first, but the referee didn't think so.
Yeah, Morales over there was tucked into that big Dorito. It didn't look like the player for Liberty even saw him as he came through. Got blown up. Morales ended up getting a minor. Devin Stewart still over here but on the snake side for A&M.
Another body dying for Liberty out of his spot, and that is not going to help things. It's Natsky, Brian Natsky. It's another one of their stars. Comes off, and that's going to make it a little bit easier here for Texas A&M. It is now 2-on-1.
And it's Cam McCarty and Devin Stewart.
So those are the 2 of their stronger players. Cam McCarty, former professional player with Houston BCK for a season when they went pro, and also Devin Stewart coming out of the AC Dallas camp. They are going to get a shot on that last player, able to take off some time from that major penalty. So just a minute and 15 seconds left on that major. They will be starting with 4, though. We'll see if Liberty can take advantage of that power play. What a really long point, Todd.
Yeah, long point, grind out. You know, Texas A&M has no problem playing those type of points. You know, like you said, very smart, controlled paintball. They're not going to force any moves. You know, you could see once Liberty got up into the giant wall bunker, started to push up the Dorito side a little bit. Once Texas A&M put the pressure on them on the Dorito side, Liberty tried to make that big move, ended up drawing a penalty out of it. But, you know, Stewart, McCarty, these guys have played for a long time. You know, they understand the flow of the game. They don't get rattled. And, you know, just slowly working out bodies and, you know, winning those low situations, the 2-on-1s, the 3-on-2s, and you know, showing again early their experience here as they execute that 2-on-1.
Well, one of the things I like about Texas paintball players is their consistency on the attack. They're aggressive players, but they can play at any aspect of the game. Those guys have really good situational awareness, whether it's, you know, whether we're talking about San Antonio X Factor, a team that likes to play a little bit more aggressive, but they have guys that can win those situations where, hey, we got to play heads-up paintball. Guys like Colt Roberts, Archie Montemayor, Grayson Goff. I mean, the laundry list. And also AC Dallas is also starting to be like that too, and we just saw that out of, you know, Stewart and Cam McCarty, proving, you know, he's obviously having a really good tournament out here this weekend. You can see here on the highlight reel, there was Dickerson up in that center here from that last point, and then Hall. See, Hall just put his shoulder out and got blasted there. And then here comes the penalty on this side of the field, Todd. Oh, he almost run. Did you see him run out of bounds?
Yeah, he definitely ran right on that line. So here's where he gets the minor. He gets shot before the, so Morales was dead before the runner even got there. And he got chopped up, and that's why, you know, the Liberty player got chopped up. That's why he ran off. But the referee signaled to Morales to leave, and he didn't leave, and that's why he got the minor.
Let's check in with Lauren Kelly real quick as we see the start of this next point.
Micah McLeod came off the field into the Liberty pit after that point and told his teammates that these are going to be really close points. They all loaded up on as many pods as they could in their pack. He said they just need to get to their bunkers, stay alive, and wait until they can take an aggressive move down the field.
Well, Texas A&M starting with 4 bodies, and Hall having a bad start to this first game, dying early again. 1-0 is the score, still 42 seconds left, and it's 5-on-3 in favor of Liberty. You see if they can try to move up the field here. They're only looking at 3 guns right now, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, Liberty's in the snake. They got Campbell in here alive now. He's in snake 1, looking across the field. Dickerson back up in that center A, or the center wall bunker, trying to chop down that Dorito side. A&M, again, in those back spots. The back center, the snake tower, or the snake can. And looks like the Dorito Tower as they lose their back center spot.
So now it's 2-on-5, but Texas A&M about to get that body back here in 6 seconds. We'll see if Liberty can get in position to shoot the box when he comes out. He's going to go probably right to that center bunker because there's, if he goes out wide, he goes underneath the box, which you can do here. And I don't know if he made it out alive. He did not. So I think the Liberty is going to be able to tie this game up here. Campbell looking to move up here in the snake side. Dickerson's still alive. Dickerson been doing a great job up in that center for Liberty. And here comes the hammer. A nice work.
And that was Smith again, running down through the highway on the Dorito side. Second time he's come to get Morales and 2 points. Morales coming out of that box, gets torched up. It's the last body alive for Texas A&M.
Well, at least Texas A&M was able to battle through that penalty and not let Liberty score a quick enough point to keep any of that penalty on the clock and have to start the next point down a body as well too, though. But 2 long points here, and as we reach the midway point in this first half, 5 minutes left on the clock. See this on this replay. So here comes the body trying to come out. He's going to go right underneath the net and tries to get tucked into that spot. I mean, he couldn't have done it any cleaner, and then he gets shot in the leg and gets called out by the referee, and then another body gets taken out right after that as the angles were getting small for the guys for Texas A&M in those back center bunkers.
Yep, nice day out here, Sunday morning. The games are live. Texas A&M taking on Liberty 1-1, 5 minutes left in the first half. Stick with us, we'll be right back.
Tie ball game right now, 1-1 is the score. And you see these teams getting ready to play this next point. Just about 5 seconds to go as they get their last players in and get set here in that flag station for the break. See on the split screen breakout. And heavy guns for Liberty before they take off. We're getting out a little bit wider on that D side of the field at the start of this match. Right now into D1 for Texas A&M.
Texas A&M looking to come quick. Campbell again on the snake side. He makes it up to the tower from the small cake, but then gets shot out. 4 bodies alive for Liberty now. When the snake can back center Dorito, and that Dorito side tower. Referee running in to give that snake can a check. Texas A&M gunned up. They're in the snake tower. Snake can, Dorito 1. Back center. Here comes Dickerson's move. Goes back up to that wall. Comes out. Looks like he might have put a ball in on Morales and Dorito 1.
Yeah, the ref's checking him out. No, he's clean. Dickerson definitely knows those shots, though. He's been playing up there all weekend long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have a guy, that's tall enough to be able to stand there and play those cuts.
Yeah, he's playing that like a regular stand-up bunker. We see a lot of the shorter guys get in there and have to get on their tippy toes. But, Dickerson tall enough. I mean, he's pretty solidly over 6 foot. So, that's how big you want your front guys to be now that are going up in that center. Because if you're not that tall, then you only can play 50% of that bunker. You can only play on the outside.
Yeah, it's nice to have a guy that's tall, that can get real small, as you see him tuck down really low on the Dorito side, playing on the outside of it, looking for Morales to make a move through his gun. Morales has got help. He's trying to play down the wire and then wrap around the outside to put in Dickerson to make a move, but Dickerson just shutting him down right now.
Yeah, so these guys just all locked in a gunfight. Liberty trying to even the body count up here. It's 4 on 5 in favor of Texas A&M, and Texas A&M gets up another bunker on the D side into D2.
And Chris Smith getting shot out of that Dorito side tower for Liberty. He comes walking off, and then Liberty loses their snake tower as well.
And this is Texas A&M just being better at gunfighting right now. They're not even doing anything crazy, not taking much ground at all. Just content to get locked in gunfights, thinking, hey, we're better players. We feel we're better players. Let's try to prove it. Paul now trying to shake off those first 2 bad points. Gets into snake 2. And wraps around and gets a shot on Dickerson. And that is going to allow, Stewart wanted to run Dickerson down, didn't need to do it. Paul got that kill, and Stewart grabs the flag. Texas A&M in this seesaw battle so far here in the first half, slowly walking that flag in. Stewart's going to pause and wait for Liberty to concede the point.
Yeah, so Texas A&M once again not forcing anything, winning gun battles from their primary bunkers. Basically everybody, the spots that they ran to on the break, it just picked off Liberty players one by one out of their spots. First it was the snake side tower, then it was the Dorito side tower, then the snake side tower again. And Dickerson, once bodies start dying behind him, it's easy for these players to just come up the middle and bunker him out. Stewart was coming to get him, but Hall had already made his way into the 50 snake. He was about to wrap around and put one on him, but if he hadn't got him, then Stewart was going to come wrap around and just give him the business.
Yeah, well, the thing with A&M right now is they're not doing anything crazy at all. I mean, they're just taking those primary spots, like you said, and forcing Liberty. Even though Liberty's taking more ground, they're getting Dickerson up in that center, and he's been getting some kills out of there. That's definitely the thorn in A&M's side, kind of slowing their push up on the sides, but it doesn't matter. They're winning the gunfights right now. They're almost forcing Liberty, hey, look, we're going to give you guys some bunkers. We're going to let you guys get, let's lock into some gunfights. We feel we're better paintball players than you, and we're going to try to prove it. And they're definitely winning more gunfights out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still close, though. It's still very close. Do you think that Texas A&M is going to ratchet up the aggression here, or do you think they're going to stay with those really conservative, gunfight-heavy breakouts?
I don't really know what they can do. I mean, they're getting in all the spots. They've been in Snake 1. They've been in the center. We saw Smith make a run down that Dorito side. He's attacking over there. He couldn't even get out of the Dorito tower that last point.
You're talking about Liberty.
Yeah, Smith, Smith from Liberty, stuck over in the corner because, Texas A&M is just heavy guns from those back spots. They're playing heads up. Nobody's going to spots and, wasting their guns across the field. Everybody's just teaming up. It's a constant 2-on-2 heads up matchup or 3-on-2 gang up on one side. And, they don't care that Dickerson's up there in the middle. He's up there probing for shots. They're not going to bump through lanes and, give Liberty easy kills. So, that's why communication's so important. If you know where the bodies are, then you can deal with them. Nobody's going to get shot stupid. It's going to be a heads-up gun battle or nothing.
On the breakout here, both teams not really caught the penalty bug. These teams have played much more cleaner than a lot of the other teams we've seen out there. And Dickerson, again, up into that center 50.
Yeah, Dickerson that time went straight to the 50 instead of stopping at the Dorito, and he did catch an A&M player on the bump.
But getting a penalty.
So he comes walking off. Liberty gets one in the box. So they have the Dorito one, but Smith gets shot again in the face from long distance.
Yeah, Smith struggling over there on the D side, and that is going to be a major on Dickerson. So And again, don't look for Texas A&M. They're not going to do anything crazy. 2 bodies did come off, so there's only 3 bodies left alive for them. It's 2 on 3. There's the 2 bodies left alive for Liberty on your screen. Campbell's still alive.
Yeah, Stewart comes walking off early, as long as Goodall for Texas A&M. But they still have a body over there on the Dorito side. I think that might be Cam McCarty. There you see on your screen right there. That's Brian Natsky. There's Campbell. Campbell sitting in the Snake Tower looking across the field. Morales looking to attack on the Dorito side. There's Natsky and Campbell. There's Texas A&M on your screen right now. That's Cam McCarty in the Dorito.
Yeah, and it looks like Todd Liberty has the same amount of time on the penalty that we have on the actual clock here for the first half. So they're going to be playing down a body for the conclusion of this first half. Texas A&M content to sit and lock in these gunfights. So they making a move on the D side. There goes up another body, though, dropping out of the stand-up temple here. Snake side in the yellow zone. That's just 1 body left alive for Liberty. See Texas A&M, as soon as they realize that there's only looking at 1 body and they have 3, they're going to definitely be off to the races to try to put another point on the board here and preserve that penalty, maybe even get another one in. Yep, there goes Natsky, who dies at that spot. Gunfighting against 3 guys, and it's going to be a pretty easy point here with 3 bodies left alive for Texas A&M, as they will now go up 3-1. And it looks like McCarty is going to be content to just slow walk this in, try to get it under 10 seconds. That means they'll burn the time off and we'll go to the second half.
Yeah, smart move by them. You know, get the point. You know, maybe make Liberty blow the buzzer, at least make it so it's a runoff. So there goes Cam McCarty, the only graduating senior from Texas A&M, trying to come in, help his team win a championship before he graduates. And there you see Natsky walking off the field for Liberty. So Texas A&M with that flag hang, that should conclude the first half. Good solid victory right there, that point by Texas A&M after losing bodies early, fighting back, shooting at Liberty players, getting a penalty, and then closing out that point. So Texas A&M. There's Dickerson on the break as you watch Liberty break out. Dickerson goes all the way up the middle. So right away, that Texas A&M player went to the pin on the Dorito side. Oh, and there was the hit on top of his loader. He didn't know he had, ended up getting a major penalty for that. There's Hall on the right side of your screen. That's Natsky and Campbell.
Yeah, last 2 players.
Shooting across field, and Campbell getting picked off. I think that was by Morales, leaned out that mini wall over there on the Dorito side.
So let's check in with Lauren Kelly down in the pits with Liberty, down by 2.
Thanks. I'm here with Brendan Liakos. Now, you guys are down 2 points going into the second half. Plenty of time to make that up, but A&M has been playing really strong this weekend. There hasn't been one team that's been able to get more than 1 point on them so far. When you're playing a team like this, we're not seeing a lot of aggressive breakouts or moves early on in the point. What is the best way for you guys? Do you want to attack, or do you want to wait and try to force them to make moves to get this lead when they're playing so slow and methodically?
We really want to make sure that we're really just playing heads up. We're not losing our gunfights, not playing sloppy. That's going to be the main thing for this. This is a really solid team, good gunfighters. We just need to make sure that we're playing our game, moving when we can, keeping our lanes up so they can't move, and just playing tight paintball.
Typically, what is Liberty's game? Would you say it is a little bit more aggressive and explosive, or it's a little slower and you're just amping up the aggression because of how A&M is playing?
I would say we usually come out pretty strong, more of an aggressive team. We like to shove in people's faces and just make them sit back on their heels and run over them.
All right, well, we'll see if Liberty can get some points in this second half. Back up to you, Maddie.
Yeah, down by 2. We'll see if Liberty can do just that. That seems to be their game plan, a little bit more aggressive, but Texas A&M, master gunfighters out there, and they have a 2-point lead. We're going to be right back with more of the second half action. Stick with us. Getting back into the second half action here. Our second semifinal matchup, Liberty down by 2 against Texas A&M. You can see there the stats from this awesome game that we got here. And you know, Texas A&M, just really impressed by them all weekend long. Liberty, I do like the game plans they're coming with, but just not as much execution interpoint in their bunkers, just losing gunfights. And these teams fighting to try to play the UCF Knights here in the final matchup, which will be going down 1 o'clock Eastern time.
That's going to be a good game. Whoever gets in here, play against UCF. UCF playing really scrappy, really tough, really explosive. Even if they go down, they're never out. Definitely earned their way into the finals again this year for the second time in 3 years. We're going to see UCF in the finals. Morales making a bump out to the Dorito 1 for Texas A&M, spreading out the field wide. Hall over here in the Snake Tower. Dickerson back up in the middle for Liberty. Laying those cuts, shooting towards the Snake side.
Yeah, we're looking on your screen right now. There's David Dickerson for Liberty, who's just been walking up into that center 50. I mean, he's pretty much, they might as well let him start in that bunker. But the game plan for Texas A&M has just been control the aggression of Liberty and win gunfights, and it's been working. They're just slow playing Liberty.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting to their spots. They have Hall here sitting in the Snake Tower. They have a body in the Dorito can, or the Snake can. And they're just playing heads up, pumping paint through the lanes, making Liberty try and make a move through, streams of paint, and just trying to make them fight out of their spots. You got Natsky over here in the Snake can mirrored up, playing heads up against 2 A&M players.
Well, they're just frustrating with good gunfights. I mean, Liberty's getting into spots, and then they're just not able to make those next moves, and they're just not winning any of these gunfights out here. And we haven't really seen too many Texas A&M players die out of their bunkers.
Exactly. Everybody's still alive, sitting in their spots. There you see Dickerson. And he's up there trying to get kills, but nobody's giving him anything. Everybody's staying committed to their lanes. The back center now for Texas A&M, just playing straight up, heads up. You see, as he switches, McCarty switches to the Dorito side, but look at these guys, just straight up, heads up gun battles, just pumping paint, making Liberty, get nervous because things aren't happening.
They start to get frantic, trying to make moves. They even get frantic in their gunfights, and there we see another.
Yeah, there goes Smith again. He gets shot long distance out of that Dorito side tower. He can't do anything. It's just heads up gunfights. Well, he might have.
Yeah, Texas A&M finally losing a gunfight in that back center. Couldn't see who got the shot on him. So
he might have traded with McCarty. Smith and McCarty both walk off at the same time.
Liberty. Again, Dickerson up in that center. I mean, there's not really run-throughs available for him up there from this
really
position with that many bodies. He's really kind of counting on his boys to get up the field on the D side, get up the field on the Snake side. But the way that, again, with Texas A&M, I want to sound like a broken record, but this is just what they've been doing. They get into these spots and they just win gunfights. And there goes another Liberty player dying out of the spot. And there goes Hall talking it up. And letting them know where they are and how many bodies are in front of them.
And that's the last body on the Dorito side. So now Morales is going to stand up, take a bunker, and here comes the launch. Going to come through the middle of the field, coming to get Dickerson. He gets killed, but he gets his man. Justin Goodall on that run through.
And that was the time. That was the time to go.
Coming from that Dorito tower, you shoot the guys in front of you. There's no pressure. You have a wide guy. The middle opens up and. He just walked up there, bunkered Dickerson out. Dickerson couldn't do anything about it.
And that left just one Liberty player left and then forced him to concede the point because they were in another 3-on-1 situation.
And they burned 3 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, and score another point.
So 4-1 here.
Just
Texas A&M just controlling. I mean,
to make it kind of look easy out there.
Yeah.
And it's not easy.
Well, they're not. Rule number 1 is don't beat yourself, right? If Texas A&M is making it work by going to their primaries and just winning long-distance gun battles, then I'm just going to keep doing that because that's easy. That's the easy way to do it.
That's the easiest way to do it.
The hard way to do it is to go diving into the Snake Tower and then go dive into Snake 1 and dive into Snake 2, pop up, gun battle everybody, dive into the 50, try and shoot more guys.
Yeah, that's the risky move.
Yeah, or you can just, if they're winning games, you see this exchange in the middle. If they're winning games by just going to the back center and the towers and shooting people in the face, then You know,
keep doing it.
Keep doing it.
And that's another one. That's another one of those. If they can't stop what we're doing, then let's just keep doing it. Now, normally that means you guys are making plays, getting into positions, and that's normally what we're talking about when, you know, hey, a team can't stop it. But right now, Liberty is just being out gun-fought by Texas A&M.
And that's what Texas A&M has been doing all weekend to everybody. You know, Devin Stewart, Cam McCarty, and Ryan Hall over here. You know, when your front snake guy knows how to get in the snake and knows how to play every part of the snake and shoot people, but, you know, really doesn't have to go anywhere because everybody's winning long-distance gunfights, and he can go when he wants. He doesn't have to force it. You know, he doesn't have to run through lanes. He just sits and waits. He knows he's got help behind him. They're both pumping paint through these two giant snake lanes, and, you know, they just wait. And then as soon as the body dies, you know, over on the Dorito side, the snake side towers switch, and then it's a casual jaunt down the snake, you know, and they've done it both sides. Whether Stewart or whether Hall gets in the snake and Morales starts charging down the Dorito side or vice versa, I mean, Texas A&M just making it look easy.
So it looks like Liberty has called a timeout. That's definitely a smart timeout to call here with just 6 minutes and 49 seconds to go. You can see Texas A&M talking through their game plan. I mean, they just had one game plan, and that game plan is get your position and win gunfights. So a little bit of time here on the clock before the start of this next point. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. So getting back into the second half here, and with just 14 seconds to go before the start of this next point, just Texas A&M making it look real easy here. And though it's difficult, I mean, that's when you're locked in those gunfights. I mean, just being in gunfights and trying to win gunfights, normally not traditionally the way you want to win games. But if you really feel you're that much better than your opponent, and it's super consistent. I mean, they keep winning gunfights over and over and over again. This time, flipping the script up a little bit, and they get a minor penalty. They send a body up, so this might go Liberty's way, as looks like Dickerson goes and trades out. Player running up in the center, and another body drops for Texas A&M. So a little bit of a disaster on this point for them with a penalty. Body dies out of their bunker. Guy gets run down in the center, and now Liberty's got a chance to pull within 2 here, and they need to do it quickly to preserve not only the time on that penalty, but the time on the game clock here to give themselves time to mount a comeback.
Yeah, Morales could have got a penalty too up in that center of the field. He got bunkered, or he got shot going in there and then just stayed there. Liberty player had to come get him, but you know, there's already enough bodies where it didn't matter for Liberty, but definitely slowed up a little bit on that push. But they recognized where all the bodies walked off and quickly made moves down the field.
So nice work by Chiaverini here in the snake for Liberty, and Campbell up in the center, and also Dickerson again with that run through. So Liberty now within 2. It's 4-2 with 6:04 on the clock, and Texas A&M a little bit of a stumble here as they get that major penalty. So they will be playing for the next minute and 34 seconds down a body. Liberty will be on the power play. We'll see what they can do with it. You know, both these teams have been playing really clean out here. We've seen a just massive amount of major penalties in this event, but these two teams really didn't catch the penalty bug much. And though Texas A&M is a really bad time for them to get this penalty as they're trying to solidify this victory and head into the finals to take on the University of Central Florida Knights. So it looks like Liberty is down in the pits on Liberty's side of the field. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Yeah, it's pretty hectic down here, but Zach Doherty from UCF is down here trying to help them come up with different game plans to beat A&M and get these important points. They know what A&M is doing off the break, and they're just trying to figure out how they can counteract that. Something they're talking about is A&M running real low to the ground to their bunker, so they're going to be shooting lower than they usually do. Mickley had swapped out with Natsky because he couldn't get the shots he needed to, so they're really trying to analyze what A&M is doing correctly in order to get these points.
Oh, that's great. So Zach Daughtry from UCF, who if Liberty wins, they'll be playing them in the finals, is over there in their pits, hoping that they can squeak through here, and so that he does not have to play. Yeah, that's Zach Daughtry, one of the heroes for UCF, even though he did get the major there in the last point, but he won one of the one-on-ones yesterday. Yeah. But how great is that? He's in the pits with Liberty trying to get them to the finals so he can play them instead of Texas A&M. And he'll know all their game plans, too.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing? Let me help you out here.
So Liberty on the power play tries to get out wide with Smith, and Smith struggling over there. You can see on the slow walk off, he's a little disappointed. And it looks like a pretty clean break for Texas A&M. The Aggies in the little cake bunker. I call that the bunker of death. I don't like that spot at all, Todd. Those little back cakes.
The tough part is that the best shot that all the snake guys have is right on the guy running to that snake tower. It's a really hard spot to make on the break. And if you go to that cake, you're running through a deeper gap, and you only have to put one guy in to go from the cake up to the tower. But, you know, it sucks because it's super tiny. But to try and dive in there and then stop and not overslide it, you know, is a challenge as well. So
looks like Dickerson coming off didn't go up into the center. So unfortunately for Liberty, they are going to lose their power player up in the center. He gets shot in the little mini Dorito in the yellow zone. So things not going Liberty's way here in this power play. Texas A&M gets their body out of the box, and now this is Liberty squandering an opportunity, Todd.
Yeah, it looks like Texas A&M maybe losing a body. Devin Stewart getting shot, trying to come up from the snake can to the snake can in the middle in the yellow zone. So he comes walking off. Cam McCarty retreats back to the back center to make sure that the snake side is covered. Now he's going to come over here to the snake side can. Natsky going to make a bump out of the back center into the Dorito tower, but he gets picked off on the bump. I think Morales picked him off from that 40 Dorito. A&M with two bodies now attacking up. They got the 40 Dorito as well as the mini wall. Referee running into the back center. He's going to pull out another Liberty player from the snake side can. Morales chopping bodies up from the Dorito for A&M. It's just Shiverini.
Yeah, and he gets taken out, and the point is conceded by Liberty. So though Texas A&M had to battle through that penalty, they did so very nicely. And just, again, the story of this game has just been Texas A&M winning these gunfights over and over and over again. Liberty just has no answer for the gunfighting ability of Texas. Texas A&M, they're just not able to get out wide consistently. Yeah, they've been getting Dickerson up in the center, but they just, I mean, Todd, we really haven't seen an attack for Liberty on the snake side. We haven't seen an attack on the D side, at least not consistently. Smith really struggling on the D side for Liberty.
Yeah, it's almost like they can't even get up the field on the Dorito side. I know why they can't get up the field on the snake side. You know, Hall and Stewart are just pumping paint through these lanes off the break. They're getting in there alive one way or another, whether it's directly to the snake tower or, you know, out to that cake and up. But they're just pounding the paint through the lanes. You know, a lot of times, you know, you get, if both teams end up in that situation, if one team, like say Texas A&M's Ryan Hall, tries to make that bump, if he goes and gets into the snake, then a gun's going to drop, then maybe they have the opportunity. But Hall and Stewart aren't going anywhere. They're not forcing it into the snake. They're just staying there, pumping their guns through those lanes, playing heads-up gun battles and saying, if you want to run through my lane, run through my lane.
Yeah, so it looks like Texas A&M, actually, that must have been a minor, Todd, on them before, because they started with 5. And we thought they started with 4, but they started with 5. So the penalty they got before, it was a major up on our clock, but you know, a major would have carried over, and so they must have got a minor. So if you look at this break here, the referee's going to run in and check out the player in that mini cake bunker. The back spot, he's clean. But Todd, like you were talking about, it's just easier to make it to that spot and then get up into position in that stand-up tempo in the yellow zone.
He just has to check off that back center guy, and which he can look down really low like he did and then just crawl up in there.
So now with a commanding 3-point lead with just 4 minutes and 8 seconds to go, Liberty back against the wall trying to stave off elimination here in the semifinal round.
All the way to the snake on the break. Liberty's going to try and go. Dickerson up to the middle. looking at the Dorito side, almost catches, I think that was Goodall trying to make it out to the Dorito side, but he gets in there alive. So A&M again with 2 bodies on the Dorito side, 1 in the back center, 2 heads up on the Snake side. Liberty into Snake 1, up into that center Snake hand, and Dixon up in the middle. Smith alive over there on the Dorito side for Liberty, standing in the Dorito side tower. Dickerson now coming on to A&M side of the field to try and get Hall hanging out wide. He's sitting in the temple on A&M side of the field in the red zone.
With this point spread the way it is and the time on the clock left, Liberty, nothing they can do. They have to force the issue here. They don't have enough time to just hang out in their bunkers and do what's been happening this entire match, which is try to gunfight it their way to victory. That hasn't been happening, which is why they're down points right now. Shiverini able to make it into the red zone into Snake 2. And with Dickerson past the 50-yard line there in the center. But right now, A&M, they don't even look like they're too worried about this. They're just locked in those lanes. They carried a bunch of extra paint out for this point, just pumping those guns. And Liberty forced to try to look for an angle here and try to look for a run through. Shiverini makes a move to the 50-yard line. It's going to give him a better angle cross field. Almost gets him, but he just tucks into his bunker.
Had a chance to shoot Morales. Didn't get it right away. Morales is going to tuck in, stay across the field. Hall's keeping the pressure on Dickerson, sitting on his side of the field. It looks like Liberty going to lose a body. Natsky going to fill over to the Dorito side tower. Smith got shot in the face. Smith like having a rough go, but
Morales dying out of that spot. Could not live from Shiverini's gun over here. And now, looks like on the attack, Liberty going to be getting into that center. They are stacking that center 50 up. They have 2 bodies, 1 with Dickerson past there. Campbell also in there as well. Bodies dropping here for Texas A&M. Shiverini past the 50-yard line. Looking like they could win this point, pull within 2, but they got to do it quick.
Only 2 minutes left to go in the match now. 3-point game. Hall's trying to shoot down on Shiverini. Campbell almost get caught with his pants down. He does in the middle of the field, looking to make a move. Looks like A&M still has the back center, looking toward the Snake side. Hall's crossed up with the Dorito too for Texas A&M. Shiverini looking to get a shot in on that Snake side can. He does. There goes Stewart.
So just Hall over here. Hall gets a shot on Shiverini, and then Hall makes his move, and no one's picked him up. And looks like there is going to be a penalty assessed on Texas A&M, which pulls out the back player in the center, and also the player over there on the D side of the field, but Hall still alive in the Snake.
It's just Hall and Natsky. Natsky was still alive over there. It was a one-on-one, but somebody conceded the point.
It's got to be Liberty. Yeah, because Texas A&M was right here. They have the lead. They saw Hall getting the Snake alive. There's no way that Texas A&M would concede the point. So it must have been Liberty, which really puts them in a bad spot now. And look for that all-wall play, as we were seeing in the prelims, running everybody, or at least, they're going to have to attack Wild here. They have no choice but to run into guns.
Would you have blown that horn there in a one-on-one, down 3? Now you're down 4 with 121?
No, it's up to that point right there. If my guy doesn't win the one-on-one and win it quick, and he needs to know, that's something that you have to understand, the situational awareness right there. But no, I wouldn't have blown it, because now, what are the chances that Liberty's going to score 4 points in a minute and 21 seconds? Slim to none.
Slim to none.
So, would you have blown the horn?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, give your guy that shot.
You have coaching on the sidelines, and you can yell from the pit. And both these teams have somebody over on the opposite sidelines, too. There wasn't a single person that saw it was a one-on-one to start screaming the one-on-one, one-on-one. Here's Campbell. Campbell comes into the open and just got caught there, kind of looking instead of making a concrete move, so he gets picked off. That was one body that they gave away. Shiverini tries to come out wide, isn't aware that Hall's still standing there in the Snake side tower, and he gets his face peeled off, which is, how do you not know that with your coach standing 4 feet away from you on the sidelines? Just Liberty dropping the ball right there in a point that they definitely had an opportunity to win. It was a 4-on-2 maybe?
It was a 4-on-2.
They just got it, and then they throw away 2 bodies. Whoever that was, the last guy before Goodall. Well, Goodall got the penalty, but I think either the guy behind Goodall or Goodall before he got the penalty, shot Dickerson in the middle there, and that was the end of it. Natsky was over there deep on the Dorito side, but the guy with the best position was Shiverini sitting here in Snake 4.
And he definitely should have known where Hall was.
Yeah.
Not a lot. There's only looking at a few bunkers over here. He's definitely not out wide.
Yeah.
The little cake in the way in the back, and and squandering a high body situation, and went into that one-on-one, and then blowing the horn, conceding the point to Texas A&M. And also looks like a timeout has been called I think, by Texas A&M. So,
yeah. And it's not Liberty didn't lose the match on this point, but you know, it's definitely one that they could have had. Let's check in with Lauren down on the sidelines.
Thanks. A&M did just call that timeout. Even though they won that last point, they have a 4-point lead with only 1 minute and 21 seconds on the clock. There is a lot happening in this pit. They're really hyped up. Devin Stewart told everyone to calm down. Just go out there, hold your lanes, let them run into your paint, and let the time come off that clock. It's going to be hard, as it is for Liberty, to score 4 points, so they should be able to take this win.
yeah, virtually impossible to score 4 points in this amount of time. So we got about a minute to go before the start of potentially the last point here. Texas A&M looks like they're going to cruise to a victory in the semifinal matchup. We'll be right back. So you can see here, other than very early in this match when it was 1-1, it's been all Texas A&M, just winning gunfights nonstop. But we'll see if Liberty can try to mount some sort of comeback here. There's barely any time left. It's going to be very difficult. They are forced to push aggressive as quick as they possibly can. And it looks like they try to get out wide and then on the delay get a body up in that center. Dickerson goes up there right away. They do have a body with him, Campbell. And here comes Texas A&M trying to get in position to keep the attack from coming. Hall drops, he gets killed, and then it looks like another penalty is going to be assessed on A&M. So that could make things go down quickly here for Liberty and put a point on the board. But again, they have to score 4 just to tie it up.
And looks like they're going to go get the bodies. We're going to grab the flag. Campbell going to rush it in. That was a good move over there. Dickerson comes up to the center wall on the break, shoots Ryan Hall, wrapping around the Dorito side of the wall, shoots Hall, making his bump up to the snake side tower, and then finishes off by running down and bunkering out the Dorito side tower. But that penalty, that extra penalty definitely helped Liberty on the break as A&M started down 1 and then got another one stuck in the box there pretty quickly.
Yeah, but now just 47 seconds left.
Yeah.
I mean, down by 3. Then maybe they can get one more.
Yes. Nah, maybe. Stick the fork in them. It's
Yeah,
over.
no,
It's
yeah,
going to be Texas
been over
A&M
for a little bit.
back in the finals for the 2nd straight year, and UCF for the 2nd time in 3 years. Going to be our final round matchup. That should definitely be a good one, Maddie. Who you got in that one?
I mean, I think you got to take Texas A&M. They're the huge favorites here with the squad that they brought to this tournament here as college championships. But UCF has been incredibly scrappy.
Resilient.
Very resilient, very scrappy. They've done what they need to do to win these close games. They've had a couple close ones, but we've seen them in pressure situations prevail and also shake off mistakes. I mean, in that semifinal matchup, they had 3 penalties in the beginning of that game, spotting a bunch of points to FAU Owls, but they kept it, or looked like they were going to spot some points, but they kept it close, fought through those penalties. It was tied up, and then they were winning close points. As you can see the replay there with those moves up in the center for Liberty. So look for the same thing here on this breakout. But I don't know, Todd, who do you got in that final matchup?
Well, I mean, like we've watched Texas A&M, they've just been beating the brakes off people out here, always in control. Nobody's really given them, much of a test. And I think the team that will be able to give them a test is going to be UCF. We'll see if UCF can force them, out of their comfort zone a little bit. UCF has shown that, they are willing to fight, they are willing to scrap, go into the breach and, force moves down both sides of the field. So, also very good gun battlers themselves. Really long, hard road to get here for UCF. So sometimes the team that's been tested, has a little bit of an edge over a team that's just been beating the brakes off of people. But
we have seen that before historically in high-level tournament paintball. So in that point, there was a major penalty on Liberty on the D side of the field, and if there's a major penalty under 60 seconds, it's an immediate swing point. That's going to give Texas A&M another point, thus delaying the inevitable here, the inevitable victory for Texas A&M to advance. But yeah, I do think that the Knights are going to be able to hopefully give Texas A&M a pretty good fight. I don't want to count them out at all. And like you said, they have been very resilient to fight through everything they needed to do in order to get to this spot. And if you didn't get to watch that UConn Central Florida match last night, oh my God, go back and watch it, because that was the most entertaining game that I've seen thus far in tournament paintball in 2016. Let's check out this replay.
So here comes Dickerson again in the middle, but then he gets caught right in the side. Morales gets blown to bits as well. There you see Hall getting shot on the break. Down on the snake side, there was the action going down in the W.
Yeah, so Liberty getting that major over there. It's giving them another point to play, but with that 4-point spread, not even going to be remotely possible for them to win this game. They might be able to put a point on the board, but they're down a body. It's going to be 5-on-4. Just about 20 seconds to go before the start of the last point. And again, the final match will be going down around 1 p.m. here, so barely got just about an hour before the start of our final game. So here we go. Can Liberty put one more point on the board for Pride? Because this game's over. Looks like Dickerson takes 2 steps out of that center, and there goes another body over here on the snake side.
Heavy guns up on the break for Texas A&M. And here comes Smith. He doesn't want to let Morales finish his day off right without getting bunkered in the middle of the field. Smith gonna get shot, but he gets Morales out of there. Just 10 seconds left to go. Not many Liberty bodies. Natsky, no, not Natsky. Lures getting shot for Liberty on that Dorito side. And that's gonna do it. Texas A&M with a 7-3 victory over Liberty will be heading back to the finals for the 2nd straight year. Last year, played well to get there and then got beat down in a rather anticlimactic game against FAU. FAU getting knocked out this year by UCF. UCF coming for the title as well that they owned 2 years ago. Should be an excellent matchup to watch. Stick around.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, well, you know, just Texas A&M proving the better gunfighters here today against Liberty, but I will give Liberty a little bit of credit. That's the most points that anybody has put up against Texas A&M at this tournament so far, and not surprising that happened here in the semifinals. And as these two teams spill out to shake hands, this game brought to you by GI Sports, because of the best paintballs on earth, and as well as Kissimmee Sports. We are here in Kissimmee, Florida. So it looks like we have Lauren Kelly, 3rd member of our broadcast team. She's down with Ryan Hall with Texas A&M.
Thanks, I am here with Ryan Hall. Ryan, congratulations. You guys have played so well this entire weekend. Liberty was actually the only team to score more than 1 point on you guys. Now, we haven't seen a lot of aggressive, explosive plays. You guys are playing it pretty safe off the break. Do you think, we've seen UCF be very explosive and scrappy. They're probably gonna try that in the next finals match that you play. Do you think that aggression off the break is causing the points for these other teams?
I mean, I don't know about that. We've seen UCF go snake 1 on break, but then he sits there in snake 1 and doesn't do anything. So, I mean, we're okay keeping them there, and we're perfectly fine being in the pocket and them out wide. We have very good shooters, and we can just trust ourselves. We know that if we have 5 guns shooting, people will walk off the field.
Well, don't fix what's not broken. You guys have been doing an awesome job. Back to you, Maddie.
So again, thank you guys so much for joining us here. The 2 semifinal matchups have ended. It's going to be the University of Central Florida Knights taking on Texas A&M here in our final match, again going down in just about an hour. So stick with us here as we will see the conclusion of the 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships here in Kissimmee, Florida. Stick with us.
All right, we are back here at the National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships. We are going to be watching USF, the University of South Florida, take on Akron here in the AA Finals. On the breakout, looks like Akron Going out wide on the Dorito side and taking the snake on the break.
USF losing a player on the Dorito side, Todd.
One body down. Here in the AA division, we are playing a race to 2. 5-minute match. First team to score 2 points wins. Akron, we've seen play over the years here. Class A, this year taking a step down. Playing in AA.
Looks like we got a USF player trying to shoot that snake player that Akron has in.
Akron sitting there in snake 1. There you see the spread for USF. There's Akron on your screen right now, sitting in snake 1, trying to back up, now looking down the wire. He's got help behind him in that Dorito tower.
Ooh, Dorito bumping up for Akron.
Akron going into the Dorito 2. USF here on your screen. Full lineup there. Making a move now into snake 1. They got a body in the snake can.
Akron player coming out to help his snake player here.
And looks like Akron gonna lose their first body over there on the Dorito side. He comes walking off. Another Akron player trying to make a bump out of the back center, trips, falls, lands on his back, has to flip himself over and get back up into that Dorito side tower.
Stumbling and a bumbling.
USF trying to mount a push over here on the snake side. Getting into snake 1, now in the snake tower. They got a body moving up on the Dorito side into Dorito 2. Akron still in snake 1.
We got a USF player looking to shoot that inside lane. Maybe, I think he eliminated one of the Akron players here. Nope, still good.
Referee calling that tower clean, but they do lose their Dorito tower on the other side.
Dropping
so now,
2.
just 3 bodies left alive for Akron.
Oh, nope, 2.
But hit USF making the push down the Dorito side, getting the kill.
Lonely man alone now down in the snake for Akron.
Run all the way to the snake on the break. Smith is sitting there in snake 1, looking at USF moving down the Dorito side now across on his side of the field. Gonna back up and use that snake side can to protect him from the Dorito side.
USF player diving into the snake 1 now. Gonna close that gap.
So here comes the move. Looks like he might have shot him in the
I
back.
think
Nope.
he might have. Here comes the bunker. Thanks
And
for playing.
Walsh getting up out of snake 2, running down Smith, sitting in snake 1. Smith with that dejected look on his face as he ran all the way to snake 1 on the break, and everybody died behind him. And then gets run down by number 99, Walsh, from USF down the highway. So that first point is going to go to USF.
USF definitely coming down strong on the Dorito side there.
Yeah, definitely making that push up, getting those kills from that red 40 Dorito. Shot a body heads up, then shot the snake tower. Here comes Walsh. He's going to stand up, run down. You see his teammate sending a stream of paint down there to help him out. Walsh gets there, gets Smith, guns up to see if there's anybody left, but Smith was the last body.
Taking scalps.
Clapping him up. Bye-bye. So now we are going to have, so I'm sorry, this isn't the finals, this is the Class 2A semifinals. These 2 teams are going to play. We're going to split, get the other 2 teams out here right now. And we got Platteville.
Georgia State.
And Georgia State.
About to handle business.
Georgia State in the white jerseys, the white and blue. And Platteville?
Platteville.
Platteville in the blue and orange. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly down the sidelines.
Hey guys, so USF didn't have a great outcome last year. They placed 16th, so this is a big improvement for them. They were knocked out of the finals by Platteville, who's playing right now. Platteville and them have had a rivalry over the years, so they're bummed they're not playing in this finals match, but they're glad to be playing for 3rd and 4th.
All right, thank you, Lauren. And it looks like
we got a penalty coming out.
Georgia State gonna get a minor penalty.
2 players walking
break.
off.
Platteville already on the attack up there in the middle. Looking to make a move down the Dorito side now. Just one body over there
move,
for
yeah.
Georgia. Going into that Dorito 1.
Oh, looks like another Georgia player coming out.
Georgia State losing their snake side tower. Quickly filled from the snake side can, however. 2 bodies left alive. Here comes the Platteville attack. All the way down the Dorito side, running down the
man.
Dorito. Still alive. Turns his head, doesn't see the body in the back.
Oh, decimated.
Getting the Platteville treatment down the Dorito side.
And a little Platteville
Big move
back
there.
massage.
Yeah, by number 7. Platteville's finest right there on your screen. Number 17 gonna go run, hang that flag. That's man.
The point on the board for man.
Man up there in the middle doing work. Check out this replay. All the way already down in the backfield.
Platteville.
Doesn't see that other player in the tower, goes over there, turns his
Platteville
back.
massage. And Cyclops all up in the neck.
There's number 3 from Georgia State, taking it right in the face. That was that I got nowhere to hide look. That Players all around. Players to the left of me.
Players to the right of me.
Players coming down the snake.
The real side too.
Coming up in the middle.
Curl up ball time.
All right, so USF with a 1-point lead coming back on the field. Taking on Akron. Akron lining up. They got Smith again over here on the snake side. Let's see if they try and take the snake on the break again.
Ooh, USF player making that dive to the God Temple behind the snake. Oh, Akron losing a player off the break. Oh, penalties.
USF getting the penalty early.
Yes, they did. Akron dropping a player.
Let's see if Akron can take advantage of this here. Akron got the penalty early and USF took care of it. So this is actually the 3rd and 4th place game. Akron and USF. The Georgia State Platteville game is for 1st and 2nd.
Oh,
so Akron on the attack over here, bumping out to the snake side, trying to get in, looking at 3 bodies.
Akron filtering down the Dorito side, going to the small wall on that side.
Yeah, in Class A, you don't go to the penalty box. You just get a 1-for-1 on a penalty. So that player that got pulled on the minor will not be coming back into the game. It will just be the 3 remaining USF players down here.
No paintball gel for that guy. So we get just Akron players trying to find an extra body here.
Akron in that back center, going back and forth, looking for the bodies. USF still on the push. Walsh, who made that big move down the snake side in the first point, gets into snake 1.
Akron getting into snake 1, it looks like, as well.
So Walsh gets into that 50 snake and just tees off on the Akron player unsuspectingly, sitting in that mini Wario over there on the Dorito side. Gets the first one. Looks like Akron thinking about filling back into that spot again.
Walsh thinking about making a little run down the tape here. He's getting antsy. Oh,
Walsh wrapping around.
Getting smoked as he wraps around.
Tries to shoot the back center. Gets clapped up instead. So Walsh with an opportunity there. Hoster sitting in snake 1 for Akron. He's looking across the field. So just 2 bodies left alive now for USF. They got 1 in the snake tower, 1 in Dorito 2. Hoster sitting in snake 1 for Akron, trying to shoot at that Dorito 2. Back center player for Akron comes into the snake side can. Akron with the body still over there in the mini W bunker on the Dorito side. Referee running in, gonna pull him out.
Yep.
It looked like he got double teamed by the 2 USF players. He comes walking off, so now not a whole lot of communication here. I don't know if the USF player knows that Hoster was in Snake 1. He's going to find out really quick now.
Nope.
Hoster, neither player knew where each other was. And Hoster happened to end up getting the drop on him, and then looks like he put a ball on the last player for USF across the field, but it bounces. I think Hoster might have made that move out of desperation as his whole team died, actually, except for the back center guy who's still alive. But his whole team died on that Dorito side. He tried to make a move, ended up getting one. He's alive in Snake 2. He could actually just crawl all the way down to the end of the snake and shoot him in the back. But this is where you got to turn and talk to your teammate. Let him know what's going on.
So looking for extra bodies. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know if it's a one-on-one or what. Oh.
Did his teammate get shot?
Yeah.
So is it a one-on-one now? Looks like it.
Is it? Yeah,
yeah, looks like his back center guy that went to the snake side can got shot. So just a one-on-one now. And Hoster didn't know where the USF player moved. And that's going to do it. What a game right there. Nice one-on-one after by Hill, making that move all the way back from the Dorito side, backs all the way up, comes almost to the back center. And that's him right there on the screen, number 73, Hill, winning a solid one-on-one, and that's going to do it. USF is going to win 2-0 here in this consolation game for 3rd and 4th.
Looks like the Akron players are kind of sitting around trying to figure out what happened.
USF happened. They're going to be your 2016 3rd place Class 2A winners. 3rd place winners. Do you like 3rd place winners? Here's the replay. Here's the, oh, where'd that guy and the snake come from?
There he is.
Look, that's that guy. And here's Hoster when he was sitting there in the 50.
Boop. Oh, he
gets
made
put
that
in.
move. He didn't even see it.
Yep.
And
Gave him the
just
sneaky sneak move. Hoster still thinks he's in that same spot, and he's like,
clapped up.
where'd who go? He said, where'd he go? There he went.
Oh, not there.
Shot him from the back center. But USF going to do it. We got
Platteville and
Georgia State
yes,
coming
sir.
back on the field right now. Georgia State getting that penalty off the break. Last point definitely didn't help them at all. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly down the sidelines.
Thanks. I'm here with Donnie Hill. Congratulations on that win. Going into that point, you guys had the chance, obviously, to get to the 2 points, take the win. It was down to a one-on-one. What was running through your mind during that moment?
Just move when he wasn't looking, so that I could get the drop on him, and that's what happened. So it worked out.
Awesome. Well, I know you want to go celebrate with your teammates, so congratulations. Let's see if we can get a winner out of this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Georgia State getting all their bodies out alive. Platteville attacking the middle of that field early.
They want that title.
Georgia State losing one body early over there on that Dorito side, out of that Dorito tower. Might be a second one player asking for a check in the Dorito one, but he's still alive. Platteville mounting the attack, got 2 bodies on the Dorito side. Another Georgia State player filling that Dorito tower, getting bounced on the way out. Georgia State, they got a body in the snake, but Russell gets shot. He's going to come walking off. Platteville just needs one more point to take the 2A championship.
We got man in the snake trying to make things happen here. Find that angle on the Dorito player. Oh,
it's like man got one across the field.
That's a 2-piece for man right now. He's working on a 3-piece right here. Can you get it? 3-piece. Nope.
Yeah, looked like he snuck one in on him.
Oh, 3-piece.
So Platteville come out here and just dominating Georgia State in the finals. And boy, did these guys look excited. Platteville jumping for joy out there with their Class 2A victory. Man, 2 flag hangs for him here in the finals. It's Platteville. Remember the name.
Platt.
Don't sleep on the game. Platteville. Class 2A wanted no part of Platteville this year.
Nope.
2016
we got
AA championships.
People just being ran down. Platteville just bringing it.
Platteville, son.
Holler at your boy.
There it
2-0.
is. First and second place game. Class AA, Platteville with the 2-0 shutout over Georgia State. Your 2016 NCPA Class A AA champions. And the crowd goes wild.
Very wild crowd.
I can hardly contain my excitement.
So excited.
So the big game coming up here, it's going to be UCF taking on Texas A&M in the single A finals. Platteville right there on your screen in the blue and orange. Going to be in downtown Kissimmee tonight.
Partying.
Popping high-end champagne bottles.
Popping bottles.
Let's see if we can get Lauren down there on the sidelines to go get an interview with Platteville. Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. I'm here with Brett Munster from Platteville. Congratulations on that win. It seemed like a pretty easy win for you guys. You guys don't even seem that amped. I mean, overall, has it been an easy tournament for you guys this weekend?
I mean, nothing's easy when it comes to paintball. Everything's challenging, but I don't know. We just try our hardest and make it happen.
Now, you guys got 5th last year at Nationals, first here. Do you think you'll try to bump up next season?
We would, but we don't have the team to do it. A lot of this team is our freshmen and stuff like that. All of our B-line were all pretty much freshmen. And, we're trying to get them there, but I don't know yet.
All right, well, it looked good for a rebuilding year. Congratulations on that win. Back to you guys.
Funky Fresh likes funky freshmen. Maybe these guys will grow up, come into this Class A next year. Platteville, remember the name for 2017. Thanks for sticking with us. We got the final coming up next. Texas A&M taking on UCF. We'll be right back after this.
The R2 has taken Dye's proven rotor platform, known for years for delivering high-level professional performance, to a new height in paintball loader technology. The R2 gives you the freedom to switch between low and high capacity, allowing for a choice between a 200 and 260 ball capacity at any time, without the need for tools or additional shells. The R2 Reload Alert gives you a progressive alert as you deplete your paint reserve. The Reload Alert system signals you when the R2 is low on paint, and it's time to reload. The patented rotor carousel provides consistently high feed rates, which far exceeds pro requirements, and a re-engineered feed system yields improved feeding reliability. With the active power conservation, the R2 monitors power needs and continuously optimizes the power supply. This active conservation of power makes the loader extremely efficient and provides excellent battery life. The R2 alerts you with a red indicator light when the batteries have reached levels low enough to possibly impede performance. The R2 can be effortlessly broken down for true toolless cleaning and maintenance. The collapsing floor tray gives you the maximum ball capacity while ensuring reliable feeding down to the last ball. And with the highest feed rate on the market, the rotor is certain to keep up with any marker. The R2 benefits from the new rapid release safeguard system. This system allows you to change between a lid and a quick feed at a moment's notice, depending on your playing needs and weather conditions. The Dye R2 loading system, proven technology with new added and upgraded functional features, bringing smart, elegant loader engineering to the game, designed with the player in mind.
We are here with the 3rd place winners for X-Ball here at NCPA 2016. Congratulations, Liberty University. Is there anyone you guys want to thank for your success this year?
Yeah, definitely. First and foremost, we'd like to thank God for giving us the opportunity to come out here and play this great game of paintball. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, Eclipse, Virtue, Social. They hook us up all season, been really great. And then also our school for sponsoring us, helping us come out here and helping pay. And then also the NCPA for having this great event and having us come out here.
Absolutely. You guys battled hard against A&M. Now UCF is going to be playing them in the finals. Any advice for UCF there?
I mean, they're just great gunfighters. They hold their spots and really hold in lanes, play that pocket. So UCF, I mean, they just got to gunfight them and outdo them. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. You can cheer, act excited. Here you go.
Thank you.
We'll see you next year. All right, we have Akron here. Congratulations, guys. I'm waiting for your 4th place banner here. Is there anyone you guys want to thank?
My mom.
Your mom. Does anyone else have anyone they want to thank?
Right here. Yeah. We'd like to thank all our supporters, everyone watching. Thank Thomas Hoster and for helping out, and Matt for doing a lot of work. All the fundraising, everyone who helped out.
Thank you, Chris Painter.
Thank you, Chris Painter,
Yeah,
for helping
for
fund this event, and that's pretty much it. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out. Here's your banner.
Hold it up.
Hold it up. Great job, guys. All right, we have our 3rd place winners here for AA. Congratulations, guys. Here is your banner. I'm gonna hand that over here. Is there anyone you guys want to thank? I don't know who wants to talk.
Tiki's Paintball. Aaron Vega, big shout out.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your 3rd place win, and we'll see you next year. Representing Florida here. And our 2nd place AA. The banner is coming over. Congratulations, guys, on your great finish. Is there anyone you want to thank for your success?
Shout out to my mama. Shout out to Tupac. And Biggie too.
Wow, those are some nice shout outs. Always got to shout out the mama. Anyone else have a shout out?
Shout out to our pit crew. My fiance Kelly, she filled pods for us all day. They did a great job for us. We wouldn't have been able to do it without them. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, guys. Good fight. Who wants to take this? And we will see you next year. Thank you. And we're heading over to our 1st place winners here for AA. Congratulations, guys. Season champions as well. Oh man, you're just racking up the banners. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone you guys want to thank?
Definitely the 2 seniors on the end, Willie Mann and Matt Jones. All the indoor reball practices and just the countless hours they've dedicated. Yeah, and our sponsors as well, absolutely. But yeah, those 2 on the end especially.
Is this all the guys on your roster? There's only 5 of you?
We only have 5.
Wow, you must have been tired.
We have one more, John Larkin.
All right, well, congratulations. You guys played hard. You won 1st place. Here you go. And you guys stay tuned. We'll have our championship game coming up soon. UCF versus A&M. It's going to be good.
We are about to watch the 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championship match between the University of Central Florida Knights and the Texas A&M University Aggies. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Todd Martinez. Todd, obviously these two teams fought hard to get here. Texas A&M, the big favorite. They've been smashing people all weekend long, but UCF Knights, they got a chance.
Yeah, if there's anybody that's going to give Texas A&M a game out here, it's going to be UCF. They've won this tournament before. They know what it feels like to be in this position, and they are definitely the scrappiest, most resilient team out here. They're clawing tooth and nail for everything that they're getting. They're willing to stay and fight and brawl and make it a all down, gloves off, dirty fight. You know, these guys are ready for it.
Can't wait to see it, but before we get into this first point action, let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team, Lauren Kelly, and she is down in the UCF pits.
Thanks, Maddie. I'm here with Andrew Godo, who has been playing so well for UCF this weekend so far, but I don't think we've reported on his injuries yet. He actually has injured both of his hands just a couple weeks before coming here to the finals. He has a hard cast here on this right hand, a soft cast on his left hand. Andrew, is that going to be affecting your amount of play here going into the finals?
Honestly, I've been out here. Honestly, I feel like I've been playing pretty well, being able to get up into the 50 Dorito, no problem. My only issue is trying to get my pods open, but most of the time that's not really holding me back. I'm just trying to push up the field and get some bodies.
All right, well, he's pushing through it for his team. We'll see if they can pull this win out here at finals. Back to you, Maddie.
We are looking at the favorites on your screen here at the start of this point. Texas A&M, they barely gave up any points. That last semifinal matchup, the 3 points scored against them the most in any of their games. They only gave up 3 points in all the prelim matches. So here we go into this first point, and it looks like a pretty good break for Texas A&M. No, Todd, they lose a body here wide on the snake side.
Make that 2 bodies. They lost Morales going out wide on the Dorito side as well. UCF sending a body up the middle, going to that Aztec behind the wall, locking off that Dorito side. UCF losing a body as well. Got one walking off early, but still 4 bodies alive.
Yeah, so it looks like here, 4 bodies alive for the Knights. They have a 1 body advantage right now. And up, taking some ground in that center, and here comes Whitney. Whitney is going to join his teammate, and it looks like Daughtry also is going to come up in there as a body for Texas A&M trying to get out wide. And that little cake bunker in the back on the snake side of the field. Daughtry comes from the center to get into snake 2 into that red zone.
Smart move right there by Daughtry to come up and cut across. Devin Stewart made the bump out from the can to the snake cube and tried to gun up, create some spacing, but Daughtry with a smart move. UCF also attacking another body up into the middle to lock off the snake side from the wall as well. So 2 bodies on that side of the field. Nobody wide on the Doritos, but 4 bodies alive. And Daughtry sitting in the snake 50.
Todd, what a good job here by UCF to make it into these spots, but they lose. Whitney out of that center. That's a bad death for him. Evans able to get behind Daughtry. Daughtry definitely has good position, and he is gunfighting down the sideline in the back corner bunker, trying to get a shot on him on the snake side of the field. Now he's trying to hide in there, as you can see the battle developing here on the screen. And also, you guys are watching here this paintball on NCPA, paintball.com, and there is definitely a donate button. Please head there and give whatever you can. You know, Collegiate Paintball is a nonprofit organization run by volunteers, and every dollar counts here, trying to bring you the best paintball action. And right now, it looks like tense moments as Texas A&M battling on their heels. Just 2 bodies left alive for Texas A&M.
Daughtry sitting in that 50 snake, tucked in tight. He's getting pressure from across the field. A&M was able to spread the field. You see Stewart on your screen right there, bumped out to the snake corner cube, making it harder for Daughtry to wrap around and play the outside of the snake. Evans behind him, sitting in snake 1. The only other body for UCF is still in that center Aztec. Daughtry's going to get blown apart by Stewart. Stewart coming around the outside, getting 1 kill. Evans doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
Evans going to stand up over the top, but too late. Stewart takes cover, gets back into snake 1, and Stewart's trying to find that body in the middle right now. He's still got 2 teammates over there on the Dorito side. Stewart with no pressure on him.
Yeah, and so Stewart, that was an awesome move by him, and he is now in snake 1, matched up with Evans, number 8 for UCF. You can see the battle there in the center on your screen, dead center in that red zone. And there is the other player left alive on the field for Texas A&M. Another body coming off. LeMontagne getting shot there in that red zone. Not looking good for UCF all of a second, as it's just Evans, the hero in the one-on-ones that we saw to get them into the semifinals. Last player left alive right now for the Knights.
Yeah, it looks like Edwards coming down that Dorito side now, going into the 50 Dorito, and he's going to shoot Evans across the field right in the goggles. So after squandering a high body situation, UCF gets into the 50s and then loses all their players out of their spots as Texas A&M down bodies, comes back, and going to put the first point on the board.
Yeah, a real long point, too. 6 minutes and 46 seconds left here in this first half. You see Evans there, the last body left alive for the UCF Knights, and he's walking off. But Todd, you know, in the semifinal matchup, when Texas A&M was taking on Liberty, what did we see? What we saw was Texas A&M not coming out with any crazy game plans. All they did really was just take conservative spots and win gunfights. We got a chance to talk to Liberty during the break, who was defeated by Texas A&M, and they were very frustrated. They couldn't do anything. They just kept losing gunfights. And I told them, like, that was all this. They're like, what could we have done differently? I'm like, win gunfights. Because there really wasn't any sort of plays that they could have run to change the outcome of that match. It was just Texas A&M winning gunfights, winning point after point, slowly taking that lead, and then just solidifying that win. So here we watch another situation where the Knights get all the spots, and they just can't do anything with it, even with the high body situation for them.
Yeah, the opportunity that they had would have been to try and shoot Stewart as he made his bumps across onto the snake side. But Stewart, you know, a smart player, you know, plays professionally, able to scoot out there wide, and then as soon as he had his first opportunity, comes out, shoots Daughtry, and then actually he was the one that shot Evans heads up right there, square in the face. Evans going to come walking off the field. That's a lot of paint to clean up.
Yeah, and frustrating for Evans because Evans did not play bad at all. Evans got behind Daughtry. He was doing everything he could do, but it just comes down to winning gunfights. If the UCF Knights can't win some gunfights and put the fear into Texas A&M, we're going to see Texas A&M run away with this game because that's what they did all through the prelims, all into the quarterfinals and the semifinals. And with the roster that Texas A&M brought to this event, with both Devin Stewart and Ryan Hall coming from the AC Dallas organization, a professional team out of Texas, and Cam McCarty, who had played for Houston DCK. So it's a stacked roster. The Knights cannot squander those opportunities if they want to win this game.
Yeah, well, UCF, definitely a team that knows what it's like to be here. Said before, won the championship 2 years ago. They're definitely doing a good job of shooting bodies on the break early. They shoot Ryan Hall off the break. He comes off and instantly start attacking on that Dorito side. They got a body in Dorito too.
Well, that's going to help the Knights getting Hall out of here because Hall's been very productive. One of their top players playing on the snake side of the field and definitely been having a kill festival thus far. And here comes now Daughtry. Daughtry able to make it up to the center at that center 50 wall bunker, and he's shooting towards that snake side. And the farthest player up on the field right now for Texas A&M in D2.
Zach Daughtry.
Yeah, and just these really conservative breakouts, Todd, for Texas A&M.
Yeah, you see Devin Stewart. Actually, here's the back line now for UCF. Daughtry up there in the middle. UCF making that bump up into the mini wall on the Dorito side. That's a good spot. Stewart looking across the field at him. But A&M always doing a good job of, if they come off a lane or they switch, they let their teammates know, their teammates recognize.
Whitney dying out of his spot. Again, the gunfighting ability is just so prevalent right now for Texas A&M, and they just dice up Daughtry as well in that center 50 wall. So 2 bad deaths for both Whitney and Daughtry here for the Knights. And we keep seeing the same story play out this whole tournament. Texas A&M, they don't take ground. They just gunfight you. And they know they're better than you, and they've just been proving it point after point after point here. So with 4 minutes and 54 seconds to go, Texas A&M trying to close this game out here is Stewart making his way into the snake.
Stewart now sitting there looking across the field. UCF player tries to make a bump and then gets torched. Here comes McCarty up through the middle of the field.
Yeah, that was Goto over there.
Just one body now on the Dorito side of the field. McCarty's coming for him. Stewart's drawing his gun. McCarty gonna come onto UCF side of the field, and looks like they are gonna pinch out that last body for UCF over there on that Dorito side tower.
Texas A&M just still displaying that masterful gunfighting ability that got them to this position here in the final, trying to win this college championship. And the Knights are doing a good job of getting into position, but once they get into those positions and they get locked in the gunfights, they can't get any production. They're not getting kills out of their spots, and then they die, and then that just, slowly but surely, Texas A&M just proving the better team here through 2 points. We still obviously have a lot of game time left, but we keep seeing this over and over again from Texas A&M. They have just been relentless in the gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, they just switch. You know, if a guy gets put in or a guy has gun dominance, they switch, call to their teammate takes over the lane. And you can only do that when you're really comfortable playing with guys. I think McCarty and Stewart have been playing together for 10 years, you know, so when they're on the field together, you know, all you got to do is like, hey, let a guy give a guy a simple clue. Instantly he knows what he's got to do to turn and help you out. They understand how each other want to play. And, you know, it just shows right here. They don't get rattled at all. You know, Daughtry ran up to the middle of the wall here, you know, trying to get some kills, snuck in there, and he's gun battling and, you know, tries to wrap out wide and
there's
just gets shot.
Yeah, and there's
straight up.
Yeah, and there's Stewart who, you know, is looking downfield. Look at those eyes downfield. Eyes downfield. He already knows where the bodies are. He's sized up all the variables in his head. He knows who's left. He knows where he can go. But they're not making those moves. It's just very rare, Todd, that you see a team take a conservative position like this and then just win gunfights. They're not really making any sort of aggressive plays at all. They're conceding the center. They've completely conceded the center, though there was a couple times in their semifinal matchup against Liberty where they would throw a little bit of a different lookout when they knew a guy was going up there time and time again. They throw just to kind of keep the fear into him a little bit. But again, this is just paintball 101 right now for Texas A&M.
And looks like UCF gets Daughtry out here to the Snake Side Tower. A hard spot to make. Then they go heavy guns up in the back center, but they end up losing their first body going out wide on that Dorito side. So they got the advantage over here on the Snake side. Hall makes it out alive. He's in that Snake cake for Texas A&M, but Daughtry is already in Snake 2, and Evans has come up the middle to that center can to try and help Evans out, lock off the Snake side of the field.
Yeah, but a body dropping as Kirkhook is getting shot off that D side of the field. So it's even up on the body counts, 4-on-4. This is a crucial point for the Knights. I know we're early in the game, but when you're playing a team of the caliber of Texas A&M, you do not want to start this game out by going down 3-0.
No, definitely not. And long points as well. We've only played 2 points. We've only got 3:30 left to go. Daughtry on your screen. Looks like he comes out and gets a kill across the field. He's going to shoot Edwards.
But Todd getting a minor penalty. You know, we've seen some times where the referee is reaching for a flag, ends up being a major instead of minor. No, it looks like it is an actual minor. So right now, as chaos sets in here, Daughtry trying to count the bodies. He definitely has a body in front of him, and Daughtry now is going to move up to the 50-yard line and back up off of that spot, and the referee's going to get in there and pull him out. Looks like no penalty assessed, though, and with 2 bodies in the penalty box right now for UCF, it looks like they might have got 2 minors.
Yeah, I don't think Daughtry got shot. I think he might have got pulled on a penalty.
Yeah, I think that's what it was too.
Because he was in there, he was dealing.
And he looked comfortable. It didn't look like he took any paint, wasn't checking himself, and the ref did not pull a penalty on him. So yeah, it looks like Daughtry did get pulled on that penalty, and we saw the 2 bodies in the box for the Knights. And again, you know, you really need to be very careful and play clean when you're playing a team like Texas A&M, who was so stunning to get to this final matchup. You know that you have to play that perfect paintball in order to contend with a team like Texas A&M. So with just under 3 minutes to go and down by 3, the Knights, Todd, already playing on their heels here. And it looks like those were minor penalties, so they will come off because they lost the point.
Yeah, one of them will come off. I think they might still have 1 on the board. But either way, I mean, start 4-on-5 against a team that's already shooting people on the break.
So let's check out this replay here as we see the close-up. And there goes the move on that D side of the field. The Knights trying to get production over there. LeMontagne, who was the hero that got him to this game, winning that 1-on-1 in the overtime point. And then another hero for their team, Daughtry, who won a 1-on-1. And you see he gets pulled out there on that penalty. So we're going to be right back with more of this 2016 NCPA championship match. Stick with us. So welcome back here. Looks like timeout had been called, so a little over 2 minutes to go before the start of this next point. So let's check in. This gives us a time to check in with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks. So those 2 minors, the first one was on the player at the W. He got a hit in his hopper. The second minor was for the player in the center of the field. I'm not sure what his jersey number was, but he was hit in the pack. So they did have those 2 minor penalties, which really cost that point for them. But luckily, since they didn't win that point, those minors are going to be coming off the board.
Yeah, so Knights need to pick it up here. Not a lot of time left in this first half. Just under 3 to go. And with that timeout, we're going to take another commercial break. We'll be right back. Getting back into the first half of action here, the 2016 NCPA Championship match. And it's just been, again, all Texas A&M. And fans of all ages out here watching this matchup here, college paintball. This game brought to you by Empire Paintball. And also, again, have to reiterate, please donate NCPA paintball.com, nonprofit organization trying to keep college paintball alive here. And we'll see, what sort of break are they going to bring? Looks like Texas A&M a little bit more aggressive over here on that D side of that field. Kind of flipping it up a little bit and changing their plan of attack. Looks like 2 bodies coming off. You see Daughtry walking off early. And it looks like also Whitney coming off, so 2 of their killers. Well, 3 bodies. It is not looking good here in this point.
Yeah, Godo tried to make a move. I mean, 2 steps out, going from Dorito 1 to Dorito 2, he gets shot in the hand. You know, Texas A&M is just on top of it right now. Every single little bump, they are beating UCF to the punch out here.
Yeah, and just solid contributions from everybody on Texas A&M. Perfect point for them. Logan Edwards, number 16, over there on that D side of the field, along with, you know, the guys that had just been putting kill after kill on the board for Texas A&M, and Devin Stewart, Ryan Hall, and the rest of the boys here from Texas A&M. 2:17 left to go, and the Knights, this is not the start that they won. You could see them on the replay here. They lose Daughtry and they lose Whitney out of their bunkers at the same time, just losing gunfights. And this is, you know, it's just been the same story over and over and over again for Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's just wherever anybody tries to go, they're already there. They're already on top of it. They got their lanes covered and just don't even have to go anywhere. Sitting in their spots, pumping paint, talking really well, and you know, nobody has been able to crack the mysterious Texas A&M win code.
Yeah, well, it's not, yeah, exactly. It's a mysterious mystery. But the issue at stake here, you know, not a charismatic way to play the game. You know, they're not taking ground. They don't have to do it. But if you feel you're that, and you've been proving time and time again that you're that much better of a gunfighter than the teams that you're playing against, then why not continue to do that? Again, if it continues to work, do the same play until the other team can stop it. And if your play is, let's just take the back bunkers and shoot these guys out of their spots, and it's working, well, just keep doing it until that stops working. And that has been the story for Texas A&M.
Yeah, no coach that's watching his teammates run to their primary bunkers and shoot everybody out is going to go, you know what, we should go to the 50 Dorito
Let's do a double wall play. Why not?
Let's go triple wall.
Yeah, triple wall. No, you're going to be saying, hey, you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up. Get out there and win those gunfights. Which is just, that's rare though. That doesn't really happen that much at, you know, at the top levels of competitive paintball, whatever division you're in.
Yeah, definitely not.
So here on the breakout, Texas A&M on your right, UCF Knights on your left, and now the Knights go all the way up to the wall off the break, and that is Cyberling up there. He's going to choose to shoot towards the D side of the field, and we've seen Texas A&M just concede that front bunker though time and time again, and guys just not getting production out of there against them. And sure enough, Cyberling gets shot out of that spot.
Yeah, got shot in the back. Not exactly sure who picked him off. Ran up there, tried to go back and forth a little bit. But there you see on your screen right now, Texas A&M losing a body. Looks like Morales over there on the Dorito side. There's UCF on your screen. Daughtry still in that snake side can. There's the back line for UCF. Now coming up the middle, coming out of that Dorito tower, gonna go to the center Dorito.
Just losing bodies still though. Goto getting shot out of his spot over there. He's struggling. Daughtry also gets shot again. He is also struggling. And this is when that desperation, this is the trap that Texas A&M sets for you. They get up a couple points, you get frustrated, and you start trying to move up the field and trying to engage in reckless gunfights because you're down points. And this is just a straight up paintball clinic being put on this weekend by Texas A&M.
Yeah, how to win gunfights 101. How to not give away bodies 102. How to utterly dominate 500.
So Knights forcing to concede that point, throw the towel in with 48 seconds to go here. So not a lot of time in this first half. Look for them as they're just walking off, hits all over these guys. And a rather anticlimactic first half here.
Yeah.
5-0 is the score, and we really thought the Knights would put up a better fight than this.
First couple of points, they look good. You know, they started the last couple with minor penalties. That definitely didn't help. Getting penalties never helps, you know, especially against a really good team. But, you know, that first couple points, they were up in the mix. You know, they stuck with their game plans that they've been winning with. They got into the spots, but then just got shot out of those far spots. And I think that's what some of these other teams have been doing, too. They're like, well, if we're going to get in the far spots and we're going to get shot, then maybe we should keep it tight and, you know, maybe go up the middle a little bit more. You know, try and figure out doing something different. But, you know, you got to continue to put the pressure on a team. When a team's going to stay in the pocket, I still feel like you got to continue to put the pressure on them, get up the field.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Todd. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly. She's down in the pits for Texas A&M.
Thanks. During that last point, you may have seen number 94 for A&M limping off of the field. He's here in the pins, icing his hip. Apparently yesterday he pulled his hip flexor. He's been trying to play through it, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain, so we'll see if he can get out for another point.
Well, they got their roster. Obviously, they have their stars out there stunting for them, but they have a pretty decent roster. You know, A&M bringing about 11 guys to this tournament. You can see they're here on the replay. There's Cyberling. Did he get shot by his own guy?
I don't know. He got shot in the back of the left arm. I don't know who would have shot him. Nobody was far up on the snake side.
Well, I mean, that shot could, unless it might have been a bounce shot, but where would that bounce shot? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, there's Fujigami on your screen right there. We're just going to shut him down for the rest of the event.
So just 48 seconds to go here left in this first half of competition. And it has been nothing but a beatdown issued by Texas A&M. And now doubling up that wall bunker in the center. And here comes the attack from the Knights, trying to put a point on the board here and keep this one close. Unfortunately for them, they lose 2 bodies out of their backfield with the walk taken by Evans. And also by, looks like, I think that's Kirkhook again.
Trying to make something happen through the middle. ECF almost had a body, but then got chopped up.
Yeah, that was Dempsey getting shot, number 9. And then here comes Daughtry trying to make something happen with under 10 to go. Daughtry past the 50-yard line, but they are not going to be able to do it. And here comes the Aggies, and they're going to run up and shoot the last 2 players. Nice work by Hall and Cam McCarty. Oh, no, sorry, that was Stewart. Stewart's begging for a penalty from the ref. But I can understand. I always understand the frustration from the players out there if they feel a player played on. But hey, man, Stewart, you guys got a huge lead. Just let it ride.
Yeah.
So no points scored there in the closing moments of that first half. So the Knights, utter frustration setting in for them. This is not how they wanted their final match to go. And looks like Daughtry is down with Lauren in their pits. Let's check in.
I am here with Daughtry. Daughtry, it's been the same story all weekend long with A&M. They're staying safe. They're playing conservative plays. They're just winning those gun battles. What do you think you guys need to change up to try to get some points on this board?
Well, we need to get wide, but I mean, it's hard because they've got good shooters. They got good shooters. They're not just shooting good lanes. They're shooting bounce shots. They're shooting over the W. They're shooting next level stuff that we haven't seen this weekend. I mean, they've got some good guys. There's no denying that, and it's really showing. It's really showing out there. So to counter it, we just need to be aggressive. Get out wide off the break would be nice, and then contain them from the outside.
Well, I definitely want to see UCF get some points here in the second half. I'll let you guys go strategize. Back to you, Maddie.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, that is if you do stay in the pocket and you roll your guns off the break and stay in that pocket, the problem, the peril for you, if that does happen, like Daughtry said, if they can get out wide, well, that changes the story of that point. But it doesn't matter. A&M has, even when guys get out wide, they still shoot those guys out of their spot. So we'll see if the Knights can turn this around here. Down a ton of points heading into the second half. We're going to be right back after this.
This is a supernova. The death of a star.
Of the movement of Mercury around the sun. That's the innermost planet.
They have their weapons. We have ours. Nothing can stop us. Tonight.
They're amazing, aren't they? They inherit the traits of the minerals around them. Kind of like a son inheriting the traits of his father.
It's 36 pillars of solid crystal, which are soft minerals made of hydrogen sulfate on the planet.
The time of the shogun is over. All hail the mighty emperor.
Pulsars are what's left over after a massive star collapses at the end of its lifetime.
Daddy, let me know where he's going. What he's doing.
Everything you see at the tournament is just the surface. What you don't see is the sacrifice. All the lost friends, angry girlfriends, and missed work. We pour every ounce of grit, determination, and energy that we have into this game every week leading up to the event. We drill, scrimmage, and we travel all over the globe just to chase the thrill of winning the next tournament. But there's a fine line between winning and second place, and that's why we choose GI Sports.
Welcome back here to the 2016 National Collegiate Paintball Association Championships, and a beautiful day for this final matchup. And in case you guys just joined us, it has been nothing but Texas A&M big brothering the boys from the Central Florida Knights, Todd.
Yeah, Central Florida got a couple minors there during the match towards the end of the first half, and really kind of hurt them after they came out strong, but really haven't showed much of being able to pick Texas A&M off, out of their bunkers and win these gunfights. A&M still just staying alive, making small bumps whenever the opportunities are there, but really just staying in those primaries, sitting in that back center bunker, going to the snake side can, the Dorito side tower, and then just shooting people long distance. Like you said before, we were talking to Smith from Liberty over there, and he's like, I'm gun battling with my mirror heads up, and I try and head check out and shoot back at him. He's going high, he's going low. He's putting paint in my landing zone for the next spot. He's putting it right back where I'm trying to go, where I'm trying to leave from. He's on the inside, he's on the outside. He's everywhere, and I just got frustrated and tried to gun battle really hard, and you end up just wearing paintballs in the face.
And what's the answer for that? Win your gunfights. Unfortunately, easier said than done when you're playing a team of the caliber of Texas A&M.
Yeah, he said, I got to go home and practice my gunfighting.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And the only time that I was ever coaching a team where you were, coming up through the ranks and guys would be like, oh, this guy's just putting me in, there's nothing I can do. I'd be like, well, you need to put him in and go. I mean, that's the answer. You're just going to get dominating these gunfights. And unfortunately, like I said, easier said than done when you're playing a team as dialed up as Texas A&M is. So here we go, starting this second half. Daughtry gets right into the snake. So like we heard him say, talking to Lauren in the pits, And he's saying, hey, we have to get out wide and we need to play aggressive. So right now, Todd, looks like some bodies dropping here for A&M.
Yeah, Daughtry going into the snake after coming to that center can, shoots out Edwards across the field, and now he's coming on to A&M side of the field, trying to take matters into his own hands. I don't know if he has any protection, though, as Stewart comes running over from that snake cake and comes and gets Daughtry. Nobody was protecting Daughtry when he came on the opposite side of the field. Got a couple kills, and now Stewart is in snake one, and he's about to tee off on Whitney there in the middle. Evans tries to counter by getting into snake one, but he immediately looks on the inside.
And Evans getting taken out, trying to get into snake one. They also lost Goto over there on the D side of the field. So even though they lost a couple bodies, you know, bend don't break. If you lose some bodies and you have a couple guys left alive, if they can clock in, get a couple kills here, it definitely turns it around. That's exactly what's just happening. And you know, finally Texas A&M put to the test here, and as the Knights, you know, getting Daughtry way up on their side of the field. But Todd, like you said, no one was watching over him.
Yeah, and UCF has done a good job of shooting Hall on the break. I think, you know, they may have shot him 2 or 3 times now coming out here to the snake side, but Stewart can just stay, play that snake can, live, control the snake heads up, and even though Daughtry got into the snake, he was still able to make that counter move. Cam McCarty instantly switches from the back center looking Dorito side to the snake side, and now he's the backup with Stewart in the snake.
And it looks like another body dropping off Whitney for the Knights. Things, again, not looking good for them. And another body, though, dropping. Did Texas A&M? No, I thought for a second their body on the DC on the D side died, but nope, still alive.
Yeah, UCF lost their body over there on the Doree side. He was the last one, it looks like. So he's going to come walking off, and Texas A&M once again. You know, the 2-minute points, the over 2-minute points are the slower points. You know, most of these points are taking like a minute, you know, just over a minute. But these slower points that Texas A&M is playing 2 minutes, you know, over 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you know, they just really grind on the other teams. You know, it just seems like it's taking forever. They're gunfighting, they're not getting anything, and it gets frustrating out there. And that's when you see guys, you know, start to force moves or start to force gunfights, and, you know, sometimes it works for you, but more often than not, you just put yourself in a bad position, and Texas A&M able to counter every move that UCF is making right now.
Yeah, even on the close ones, even those close points. I mean, that was a relatively close point. Obviously, Daughtry got in a good spot. And Daughtry not playing bad, but, you know, when you get to the final matchup, you have to play excellent when you're up against a team like A&M, who just through sheer gunfighting ability has got themselves to this point. I mean, again, they're running incredibly conservative game plans. They're just taking back spots and winning gunfights. That's it. You know, they're not doing anything special. It's nothing exotic. And then you can see there, as that move made by Stewart to take out Daughtry, there's Whitney, and he's going to get shot. Look at that, completely exposed, living by his gun. You can see there.
One straight ball come in.
This is the gunfighting ability we're talking about.
Yeah.
He shoots one wide, and his next one is directly on target. He only shot 2 balls, but the first one missed high, and then the second one was directly into the center chest there of Whitney. So you can see Evans on your screen. You can see that's a big sigh of frustration right there. So still 7 minutes and 43 seconds left.
Yeah, and here's Logan Edwards on your screen. And hey, how we doing? That is Liberty's pit crew over there. I love orange slices too. Maybe we should talk. Here we go. On the breakout, UCF coming up the middle, diving out wide into that center wall, or to that center wall and the Dorito side wall. But he's going to get shot on the break, so he's going to get a body pulled.
That's Cyberling getting a major penalty there for the Knights. And the Knights have a body past look at that, it's Daughtry who decided to go into the center, and now he's past the 50-yard line, so he's in a good spot, but still looking at a bunch of bodies here, and here comes the hammer about to get dropped on him. Daughtry gets bunkered out of there.
Yeah, that was Edwards right there coming to get Daughtry. He didn't have his jersey, so he's wearing the Goodall jersey. We've been calling him Goodall all weekend.
It's actually Logan Edwards.
Thanks to Mrs. Edwards for calling in, letting us know. So Whitney sitting in snake one, last body for UCF. And A&M in no rush to come and bunker him out. Moving slowly over here on the snake side. getting bodies up over there on the Dorito side. Going to pick him off, sitting in snake 1. Nowhere to go, no bodies to shoot, and Texas A&M continuing this rout of the UCF Knights, who also incurred a major penalty on the break there, so not doing themselves any favors. Now they're going to be playing 5-on-4 again for the next minute and 14 seconds.
So Todd, different point, same story here, as no team that has played Texas A&M has had any answer whatsoever for their gunfighting ability. I know you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but that's all that's happening out there. Texas A&M takes their spots, they win gunfights. They may take a move here or there, but you see this, the desperation starting to set in for the Knights. You're always going to see penalties when one team's down bodies and they're trying to push forward and play that gray area. And then here comes Edwards. He comes up and assassinates Daughtry, who, that was a good move, but I mean, it's not for lack of effort. No. I mean, the Knights are trying, and you can see, I mean, there's Whitney as he walks off head low. It again, not for lack of effort. The Knights, they fought hard to get here. They took down UConn yesterday afternoon. They beat the UFA Owls, or the FAU Owls, in the semifinal matchup, but they have no answer whatsoever for the Aggies. And we're going to be right back here with a little bit more of this second half action. Stick with us. As we watch the decimation here of the hopes and dreams for the Knights in this final matchup, let's check in again with Lauren Kelly.
Thanks, Maddie. That major and the last point was on Andrew Goto, who apparently got shot 3 times in the leg. A ref had to run all the way across the field to call a major on him. He came off the field swearing he didn't get hit on play on, but I don't know how you missed that one. Everyone in the pit, though, seems very resigned, and they just can't figure out how to get a point here against A&M.
I mean, you know, Todd, what are you going to do? You're playing against a dominant team, and you're down a ton of points. I mean, Texas A&M, I think, trying to set the record here for points scored in a final matchup.
Yeah. Has there ever been a shutout in a Class A finals before?
Not that I've seen. Well, we've seen some really close matches over the years. We've seen some blowouts, but nothing quite like this.
Yeah, and there definitely has been some dominant games. I mean, you know, when FGCU won, you know, that was pretty dominant. When UCF won that year, you know, that was a pretty good game. They were pretty dominant. So there's always somebody out here that's really feeling it.
Well, look
this year, Texas A&M.
Well, Knight's about to get their body back. Goto comes out of the box and makes it out alive. That could help things here in this point, but you know, look for Texas A&M to continue to slow play this. They do make a move up in the center, but with this massive lead, I mean, this game's pretty much over with 5 minutes left to go. I mean, the Knights haven't scored a point yet, and you know, we're asking them to score 7 points in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Looks like Stewart throws his body away for Texas A&M. That's the first early death we've seen from Stewart here so far in this final matchup, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, or since Friday, really, you know, if you want to be honest. So UCF losing more bodies. A couple more come walking off. One out of the Dorito Tower. They still have the Dorito 1 and the Snake Side Tower. but Hall alive over here with Texas A&M in the Snake Tower as well. He's going to make his bump, go past 1, past 2, past 3, into Snake 4 on UCF's side of the field. Here comes the move on the inside on Hall, but going to run directly into Morales' gun, who is sitting at the wall. Hall alive there. He's going to look across the field and get a free shot on the back of the head of that UCF player sitting in Dorito 1.
He doesn't really quite have the angle from there until I think that's LeMontagne comes out into his gun, because there's just looking at so many bodies. So, and yeah, different point, same story here. Nothing but utter domination for Texas A&M, who looking like they're just going to put it on cruise control here and coast to the 2016 NCPA championships.
And man, props to Texas A&M for getting it done out here. You know, going to the finals last year and losing to FAU. You know, FAU had fought long and hard, been in many, many close games to be able to get that win last year. And Texas A&M came up a little bit short, only had 6 players. It was definitely tough for them out there. We saw Morales last year out there running around trying to get things done. Got a couple extra pickups out here, got some good players, back them up this year, came back second year in a row in the finals. And this year they're going to take one over the UFC Knights, former champions as well.
Looking at this replay here in the center, and you know, UCF just trying to put any sort of aggression that they can put together, but just nothing's working for them. You know, I mean, even when they get 5 bodies out alive, they can't stay alive in their spots. And that's been the story every single game that we've seen the Aggies play. There's the coach for UCF.
This is why
John
we
Smith
saw
Sr.
This is why we saw Daughtry in the Liberty pit earlier, trying to help trying to help Liberty.
And you can see there the scores for Texas A&M throughout their battle here at the 2016 championships. They only allowed 6 points so far in 5 games. I mean, that is the we've never seen that before. We've seen a lot of teams come in with ringers, guys that play at high levels in the national tournaments before, but we have never quite seen a team come in and dominate like we're seeing A&M do right now.
Liberty scored as many points as the other 4 teams that they played. Meanwhile, Texas A&M putting up 49 points to the 6 of the other 5 teams that they played.
Good Lord, that's about as good as it can get.
That's including this game.
That's when you
as well.
That's when, you know, when you're having that dream, that just awesome paintball dream where everything's going right for you and you're just shooting everybody and you just come out and stomp everybody down and win the tournament. That's essentially what's happening here at Texas A&M. That stuff is actual reality.
Texas A&M losing a couple bodies early here on this point, however. Hall making a bump out to the snake side corner, trying to give himself a little bit of space. UCF on the attack. They got all 5 bodies alive. Not giving up quite yet. 5 on 3. UCF. Stewart gets shot in the back as UCF comes into the Dorito on the 50 on their side of the field. Running and gunning through the middle. Here comes the attack, gonna run a bunker out that Dorito side tower, refusing to get shut out.
Yeah, Dempsey there in the snake, or in the center, trying to get it done. And it looks like Whitney had shipped on over to that D side of the field. And then here comes the rest of the boys from the Knights, trying to put at least one on the board for pride here. Nice work by Cyberling in the center, but they're gonna get a major penalty. I think that's gonna be a major penalty on Texas A&M, which could make things a little bit more interesting, kind of to close the game out, but it's not going to change the overall story here, as Daughtry, in his last year with UCF, unfortunately for him and the rest of the guys from the Knights, their hopes of winning a paintball championship here in the college level is going to die
singing that
on the
swan
guns,
song.
Yeah, die on the guns of Texas A&M.
Yeah. You know, I started talking about this a little bit yesterday, and, you know, I love coming to these college tournaments and seeing, you know, the talent that we have out here. And, you know, there's a few guys, you know, every year I always see at least like 1 or 2 guys that I think, you know, could have a shot to make it in the pros. You know, and I definitely think after watching Daughtry now for a couple years, you know, I think that he's one of those guys that if given a shot, put in the right program, that he could be a solid pro player.
Well, Daughtry had played for Static, which was a high-level amateur team out of Central Florida for a couple years. So, I mean, he definitely put his time in. The reason, you know, I mean, guys don't just come out the womb playing some awesome paintball. And, you know, I mean, it takes some time to grind. And, you know, Dotch put the years in on that amateur level and divisional ranks to be as good as he is now.
Well, who else do you think? Is there anybody that you saw that you were impressed with that you think could have a shot?
There was a couple guys on different teams. I mean, no one really completely stood out this year. I liked Pluck on Liberty. He's pretty good. A couple of the guys from FAU also were pretty solid.
Ansbaugh?
Yeah.
I would give...
Well, Ansbaugh had a bad day today, though.
Yeah.
He really did. We started calling him Mr. Consistent. But yeah, Ansbaugh was... But I think that it was just a bad day. Yeah, Ansbaugh might be able to do it. So let's check in again with Lauren.
Thanks. Ryan Hall came off the field really upset about that penalty in that last point. The refs are saying he got shot in the leg 3 times and then spun, continued playing on. Hall thought that his shot was in the pack and that a ref at home didn't call him out. So there was some confusion about that. But as you saw, UCF was able to take that advantage and get the point.
Well, it's still a lot to a little, unfortunately, for the fans of University of Central Florida. So we'll see as this time ticks off how many more points are going to be put on the board for either team. But there's no way that the Knights are going to be able to win this game. But they're still playing it for pride. Up, Daughtry past the 50-yard line in the center with Dempsey. They do lose a body here as Lamontagne gets shot off this snake side of the field. That was Garrett Lamontagne. Lamontagne the younger, his brother David also plays on the team, number 3.
UCF on the attack, coming up the middle. Daughtry getting into that temple. Got another body up in that wall. And they're going to lose Goto off that Dorito side. Got up into the 50 Dorito, but then got shot.
And Texas A&M going to have to play pretty much the rest of this second half down that body, not that it matters.
Yeah, that's Dempsey in the middle.
And there goes Daughtry, who gets shot. And looks like Dempsey's going to get roped up too, but he was able to trade out, and that leaves 2 bodies left alive, and they are just going to hide in their bunkers as there is no reason to push forward here. And I don't see any bodies, Todd, left alive here for the Knights.
No. Well, they still got that that body in the box, but McCarty, you see sitting back there, and Logan Edwards in the back center, just going to let as much time tick off this as possible. And I'm not sure if UCF is going to decide to play out this last minute. I think they might just let the clock tick off.
Well, it is at this point. It's it doesn't matter. You know, I mean, this game is complete. It's so over. It's ridiculous. I mean, this game was pretty much over probably about 6 minutes into the first half, as the Knights only able to score 1 point. Yeah, and I think that they are just going to concede it. I understand. I mean, that does make sense from a logical level. Maybe they want to get 1 more point in for fun, but you know, as far as repercussions for the game, as we could well see, it's just obvious that Texas A&M, the dominant team here, and they will be the 2016 NCPA championship team.
Looks like A&M's going to get their body out of the box.
Yeah, so we can see here as we're watching, you know, again, still the time's ticking off, but yeah, they're just going to concede it. Yeah. As we're watching here, some of the replays, you can see there
UCF's day or game in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, you could just freeze frame that, and that's the game for UCF. So the crowd clapping it up here for Texas A&M as the last 10 seconds are going to tick off this clock, as the full concession there from the Knights, willing to just take this loss. So it looks like that is going to do it. Unfortunately, it was kind of what we potentially expected. Texas A&M, such a good team here, and you know, they really dominated everybody this weekend, and you could see here in their victory. Big congratulations to them. So before we get to the trophy presentation, let's check in with Lauren Kelly, down with the winners here of this championship.
Thanks. I'm here with Daniel Morales. Congratulations. You guys are our first place winners. I know you really wanted it after placing second last year. There's really not a lot to talk about here. You guys dominated. If you were in the other team's shoes and you were battling a team that was just winning gun battles and dominating the entire time, what would you have done to counteract that?
I would just say trust your guys behind you. That's what we did. We got to our spots. We made sure we were 5 alive. If things got hectic, we just locked it down and trusted each other. If my job was to hold the snake guy down, I didn't move from that. I trusted the guy behind me to make sure I didn't get shot in the head. So I think trust was a big part on our part. We're a really tight family, especially from last year. So, I mean, just trusting the team behind you. A lot of people we'd sit there and let them run through and just get hit by our guns. So just make your spots and stay alive and lock it down.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that epic win this weekend. You guys were truly unbeatable. Back to you, Maddie. Thank you.
So a big congratulations again to the Texas A&M Aggies as they take the victory. We're going to be right back with the trophy presentation. Stick with us.
Refined over 12 years of paintball marker manufacturing, innovation, and experience, Dye's M2 marker is the new benchmark for performance and beauty. Based on the legendary DM series platform and meticulously re-engineered from the ground up, the new M2 boasts improvements in nearly every component. Dye's artisan approach to the M2 is distinctly evident from the marker's elegant contours. Sharp, aggressive lines flow seamlessly across the M2, without basic screw heads or intrusive cover plates violating the aesthetics of the marker. But the M2 substance is more than just skin deep. Now with the introduction of the Method Operating System, the MOS, and the Prism interface, Dye software gives you a vital look into the heart of the M2. The 1-inch, full-color, high-resolution OLED screen helps give instant clarity to the M2's unmatched performance. The service systems, expanded operational control, and multiple player profiles are just a few of the many new features that make the MOS the next evolution in electronic control systems. But the improvements don't end with the software. The hardware has been vastly upgraded as well. The Hyper 5 regulator has been redesigned with 15% more airflow, more consistent piston movement, and the fastest disassembly available. Standard maintenance can be completed in under a minute. The low pressure regulator, the LPR, is a critical component that gives the M2 an ultra smooth and quiet function and provides precise control over bolt speed and force at an extremely low 55 to 65 psi. It's equipped with dual internal pressure sensors that monitor the low and high pressure in your marker, and extremely accurate digital pressure transducers that help keep your M2 within the optimal pressure ranges. The M2 utilizes Dye's patented fuse bolt spool valve design. The newly updated Billy Wing fuse bolt system operates at an extremely low 135 psi. The optimized airflow and improved bolt speed produces improved air efficiency, consistent accuracy, smooth bolt cycle, and minimal recoil. The fast, easy, one-touch spring-loaded button allows a user to remove and reinstall the quick-release bolt kit in seconds. The M2 also has one of the lowest profiles in today's market. It's streamlined for the most competitive profile possible. With this compact profile comes dramatic weight savings as well. The M2 features a rechargeable battery so you can simply charge up and play. No more last-minute runs to the store or begging friends for a 9-volt. All you need is a power source and a standard micro USB cable to play. The shift port has a 25% higher airflow and an effortless on-off lever action. The floating ASA can be shifted forward or backward to give you the best fit for any tank or any playing style. Reinforced internal components deliver long-term dependable operation. Your M2 will continue to advance. The M2's MOS port allows you to upload free software updates, enabling your marker to advance well into the future. New additional program features and electronics will be released on a regular basis. With extraordinary performance, comfort, and unprecedented beauty, the Dye M2 is the new definition of luxury craftsmanship in paintball markers.
So a big congratulations to the victors here, Texas A&M, as they take the 2016 NCPA championships. But before we get to them, let's check in with Lauren and the second place team, the University of Central Florida Knights.
Thanks. I am here with UCF. Congratulations, guys, on your second place finish. Zach, you and I were just talking, and you said you don't feel that the score really reflects the points that you played overall. Even though you didn't get that first place finish, how do you feel about the way your team performed this weekend?
Oh, there's no denying. I'm absolutely proud of my boys. We picked up a couple new guys for this event, and they performed well. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring in the years to come. I know we've got some players coming into UCF next season. So I know we're going to be here. We're going to be here to come back for the title for sure.
Is there anyone you want to thank for supporting you to get to this point?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I want to thank Central Florida Paintball, greatest paintball field in the South. John Smith Sr. He's been great out here coaching. Our other coach, Alex Udell, of course, Mom, Lord Jesus. You've been great. The camera crew, the refs. It's been UCF Sports Club Council. They fund us, so we really appreciate them. Really appreciate them.
All right, well, thank you. They're going to be losing Zach next year. We're sorry to see you go. Hopefully we'll see you again somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, guys, on your second place finish. You fought a very hard battle.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, UCF fought their hearts out, man, and they definitely cannot hang their heads too low. They just happened to match up against probably, Todd, you correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think Texas A&M, the squad they brought here, that might be the best squad we've ever seen here at this tournament before.
Yeah, definitely one of the top three. You know, I'll give them that for sure. But yeah, Texas A&M, they definitely earned it. You know, they deserve it, and you know they're taking that title back to Texas with them after a long run of Florida teams dominating the NCPA.
Yeah, and again, you know, with Whitney and Goto and Evans, LaMontagne brothers, Daughtry is his last event here. You can see them on your screen, and big congratulations to them for their second place finish. But let's get to the winners here. No one has really ever put up the point spread that these guys put up. Texas A&M, the Aggies, an utterly dominant performance. And Lauren is here with our winners.
Yep, your first place winners here for the Nationals 2016. Congratulations, guys. I know you wanted it. You got second last year, so this is a big win for you. What do you credit your overall incredible success to this year? I mean, you guys have a point spread I don't know if we've ever seen in the Nationals finals match.
Honestly, a lot of hard work and dedication. Every single person on the team committed, put in the work, and we were out there every weekend grinding. You know, we rotated guys in and out of local tournaments to bring them up to get them prepared for this tournament, and it's clearly paid off for us.
Yeah, you guys have a very strong squad right now. I'm curious, are there any seniors here we're going to be losing for next year?
Yeah, just myself, I believe. But you'll see this team back and hungrier than ever next year, so be prepared.
All right, is there anyone you guys want to thank before we sign off and let you celebrate your first place win here?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to thank Pro Edge Paintball, GI Sports, Brady Callen, we did this one for you too, buddy. All of our friends, family, and Texas A&M, John Jackson and Greg Pauly. I'm sure there's others, but Luke back home on the play calls, he killed it for us and helped us with our homework. So thanks, guys.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. I don't know if you have a chair you want to celebrate. Go for it.
One, two, three.
Dig 'em home!
Well, that's a team looked like that they expected to win this tournament. So huge congratulations to the Texas A&M University Aggies as they take the most dominant victory we've ever seen. An amazing performance by all the top teams that made it into the semifinals and the quarterfinals. And what a great event here that we saw here at the NCPA Paintball.com. Also head to the donate button and definitely contribute here to help us take things forward with collegiate paintball and make things better here for the sport. Thank you so much for everyone that tuned in and all of our sponsors. So what a great tournament, man. I love coming to this event. I feel a little sad that it's over, Todd. But yeah, so Todd, your final thoughts.
Just once again, so happy to be here. So appreciative to be a part of this whole crew. You know, being here up with you and Catfish and Lauren, Max, AJ, our entire production staff that we've been doing this with now for a few years. All the cameramen that come in, all the referees, Chris Rail for making this whole thing happen. Joe, of course, down there, you know, doing all the dirty work, staying up late all night to put this thing on. The college paintball, you know, it's really a special thing, and I'm just very glad to be a part of it. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen without you guys. So again, thank you guys so much for tuning in, man. It's been a great season in the college paintball here, and we just watched the championships. Texas A&M, I'm just still stunned at how amazing they played here. So we will see you guys next year. Thank you so much for joining us.